Imagine the world without a Caribbean. Imagine a future with pinnacled remnants of these islands, like sculptures floating on a sea of debris. In the second decade of the 21st century, the Caribbean is once more in a fight for its continued existence, having battled forces of imperialism for centuries. The region must now confront the devastating impacts of global warming and climate change. Viewed largely as a region of high middle-income countries, the Caribbean has limited access to external funding. Pockets of poverty persist and are as deep as income disparities are wide. Hurricanes, natural disasters, and climatic events make no distinction between richer and poorer countries. While visitors to our islands may see sargassum as an inconvenience, for those who live and work here, the degraded coastlines and ecosystems are crippling livelihoods. For us, the effects of climate change are not a seasonal problem, but a matter of survival. The University of the West Indies, a post-colonial light rising from the West for over 7 decades, has produced outstanding political and professional leaders and has guided the region along its pathway to development. With a global record of path-breaking scientific research, we stand at the forefront of the science on environmental resource management, climate modeling, natural disasters, land and marine ecosystems. We are ranked by Times Higher Education in the top 4% of over 28,000 universities in the world, serving 50,000 students across 17 Caribbean countries with global centers on 5 continents. We affirm our vision of a prosperous and sustainable planet through our teaching, research, advocacy, and partnerships. Recognized for our climate-related initiatives across our faculties and research institutes, and our SUNY UWI Center for Leadership and Sustainable Development, the UWI was selected by the International Association of Universities to lead a global university consortium on SDG 13. Our Global Institute for Climate Smart and Resilient Development will combine climate science, mentorship and action, deepening our collaboration with diverse partners, connecting sustainable projects to funding, and to the expertise of researchers and innovators. As a public, comprehensive institution, the UWI has never been daunted by limited means, nor by our vast responsibility to the region. Our allegiance is to continue as a developmental force to nurture the human and social capital, upon which the future of Caribbean society rests. Our young people are environmentally conscious and boldly persistent in holding decision makers accountable. Together, we can make the Caribbean the first climate-smart zone and an exemplar for other small island developing states. For us, tackling climate change is not only a priority, it is a matter of our survival.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us for this mini conference. Today, being hosted by the Faculty of Science and Technology of the University of the West Indies, MONA. Our focus today is on COVID-19 and the environment, for better or worse. And it is only fitting that we are hosting this mini conference today on a day that globally is recognized as World Environment Day. There can be little doubt that there is an intimate link between the COVID-19 pandemic and the environment. Today, we explore those linkages. We hope you will find our conference engaging and informative, and we look forward to your feedback. Our moderator for this afternoon is Professor Mona Webber. Professor Webber is the Deputy Dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology, the Director of the Center for Marine Sciences, a distinguished researcher and leader in the environmental arena, and the Grace Kennedy James Solomon Sr. Chair in Environmental Management. I welcome Professor Webber to take over the afternoon's proceedings.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is my pleasure to be here, and as your moderator, I will go right into the proceedings. I am honored and very pleased to welcome our first speaker, Professor Leonard Nurse from the UWI Cave Hill campus. Professor Nurse is no stranger to the environment and, of course, to climate change, management and environmental studies, SERMIS, at the UWI Cave Hill. I think, though, he is most known for his coordinating lead as the IPCC Small Islands chapter lead author. He's been a researcher with the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change since 1990 and has written and published widely on the impact of climate change on small island states. Professor Nurse's current work focuses on the impact of human activity on coastal and nearshore dynamics and climate vulnerability, impact, and risk adaptation studies related to small islands. Leonard is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, one of our proud first-class honors graduates. He's also studied at the University of Newfoundland and McGill University, Montreal, Canada. It is my pleasure, again, to introduce him and to ask that he speak on cleaner air, cleaner waters. Are the environmental benefits of COVID real and or sustainable? Professor Nurse, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Professor Webber. Let me begin by commending the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, Professor Michael Taylor, and his team for organizing this World Environment Day event, and thank them for inviting me to participate. I have been asked to present on the topic, Cleaner Air, Cleaner Waters. Are the environmental benefits of COVID real and or sustainable? Over the past 3 months or so, you would have heard various reports and seen various photographs appear to show significant reductions in atmospheric and surface water pollution. The 4 images that you are about to see represent that reality. This first image shows the city of Los Angeles, California, on a typical pre-lockdown day where you can hardly see the skyline. This second image shows the same city, pretty much from the same location, in which the Inside edition on April 7th, 2020, proudly proclaimed that Los Angeles air is reportedly now among the cleanest in the world. Well, anybody who knows Los Angeles would know that that probably is not the case. Similarly for Paris downtown, pre-lockdown, you cannot even see you can barely see an outline of the Eiffel Tower. During the lockdown itself, you can see far more clarity on the skyline of Paris downtown. Similarly, we have seen photographs from all over the world, where we have measured nitrous oxides in a variety of cities. This first panel shows Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, showing you pre-COVID and after COVID, taken between the 22nd and 31st of March. You can see how the levels have fallen quite considerably. This other one shows Guayaquil in Ecuador, and the same pattern is replicated pre-COVID and vastly reduced nitrous oxides during the lockdown. We also have Lima, Peru, where there's been dramatic reduction in nitrous oxides in a very short period of time, in actually less than 1 month. Here, interestingly enough, you'll also see Kingston, Jamaica. And while Jamaica does not rank among those badly polluted cities, you can see there is a difference, in fact, from the satellite images in Kingston. So not only are the reductions evident in places that are badly polluted, but also in cities where the pollution is far less. We've also seen and heard about improvements in surface water quality. In the Ganges River, for example, there was a nation lockdown in India on March 25th, and within 10 days of the lockdown, there was signs of improved water quality. Fortunately, there are some 36 real-time monitoring stations on the Ganges, and they discovered that in that short period of time, conditions became suitable for bathing and the return of wildlife and fish. Dissolved oxygen levels increased from 3.8 milligrams per liter on March 6 to 6.8 milligrams per liter by April 4th, representing a 79% change. There was also a 34% reduction in fecal coliform. Quite fantastic. Well, anybody who has ever visited Venice would know that using water taxis and boats are probably the only means via which you can easily get to your hotels when you leave the airport. You would also recall, if you visited Venice, that you cannot see the bottom of any of the canals. The water is extremely turbid, but dramatically, during the lockdown period, Venice returned blue again. In fact, one newspaper says, and I quote, "Venice Canal has turned blue again, and fish are returning to the waterways." Italy instituted the national quarantine period on March 9th. There was the shutdown of hotels bordering the whole network of canals. There were no water taxis and boat traffic. And subsequently, within that 10 to 15-day period, there was a substantial reduction in industrial and commercial effluent and solid waste. Turbidity decreased by an estimated 70%, and water quality became much improved, so that you can actually now see fish and other aquatic wildlife frequenting the canals now. Quite a remarkable turnaround. Well, the question is now, is this real? Will it be lasting? And how optimistic can we be about the sustainability of these so-called environmental benefits? The point of departure that I will take is the global economic recession of 2008-2009, because I've learned in my experience that you should take lessons from the past. You would recall that the financial crisis of 2007 to 2008 actually is what led to that global financial recession that manifested itself quite evidently during 2008 and 2009. There was the collapse of the financial market, widespread bankruptcies, and so on. And that was considered by many economists to be the worst global crisis in the 21st century, that is, prior to the current COVID-19 pandemic. During that period, global average economic growth declined from approximately 4% to 0.6%. Unemployment rose by more than 5% in most countries. And there was severe contraction in domestic and foreign revenues in the Caribbean. For example, in tourism, you will see that almost that every country, with the exception of Jamaica, and I don't know how Jamaica managed to pull this off, there was a massive decline in tourist arrivals between 2007 and 2009. You had countries like Barbados seeing almost 12% decline in arrivals, Dominica almost 7%, Grenada 12.5%, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 10.3%. So there was severe contraction, and there were significant job losses, as you would also recall, in the public service and in the private sector in the Caribbean. So the financial crisis had quite a lot of adverse impact on the region. But again, borrowing on the lessons from the past and from this global financial crisis, it was widely predicted that the economic slowdown would be reflected in greenhouse gas reductions and other emissions for years thereafter. In North America and Europe, CO2 emissions decreased by 1.3% the year after, in 2008, this is the year after the financial crisis, and by about 7.6% in 2009. But by 2010, CO2 equivalent emissions had increased by a further 3.4%, reaching a whopping 10 billion tons of carbon. And of course, since 2010, the increase in CO2 equivalent has continued unabated, even though at a slower rate than in the previous decade. And if you look at this graph from the World Carbon Emission, from the International Energy Agency, you would see that by 2015, we reach over almost 33 billion tons of carbon. So the process continues, and emissions continue unabated, despite the wide predictions that we would have these nice reductions in emissions and greenhouse gases over the period. Let's move now to the COVID period and look at changes in atmospheric fine particulate matter. And we've had some astounding changes as well. In Delhi, a 60% decrease relative to 2019, 31% decrease in Los Angeles, 25% in New York, 54% in Seoul, and 44% in Wuhan, China. And when you compare this to the prior 4-year average, only Madrid in Spain and London showed an increase. All the others, without exception, showed really massive increases in nitrous oxides, in fine particulate matter, sorry. Now, so the question is, we've seen these benefits. We know that for some parameters, they're real. So the question we need to ask ourselves, can we sustain them, and how do we sustain them? Let us take, as an example, the energy, the renewable, the gains that we've looked at in renewable energy and energy efficiency. I would argue that we can indeed sustain these benefits by consolidating the gains in areas such as these that we have already made. We know, for example, that the transport and energy sectors are the greatest sources of air pollution globally, particularly in relation to nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxide, carbon monoxide, fine and ultrafine particulates. Those are the biggies, and they continue unabated. Globally, these two sectors, that is the transport and energy sectors, contribute more than 80% of carbon dioxide and non-CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. And in the United States and China, they account for more than 85% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So we're looking at a sector that has really serious impact on air quality. And if we can get our hands on that sector and begin to get some throttling back of emissions, then certainly we can think about sustaining some of these benefits. So are they sustainable? I would argue that these benefits are sustainable if we look carefully at the things we can do, the actions we can take, both at the individual level and at the national policy level. So for example, we can walk far more than we do. We don't have to jump into our vehicle to buy a loaf of bread or to travel to buy a newspaper. We can reduce the number of trips we take per day and write down what we need to do. Rather than making 5 trips, we can make 1 and do all of our errands one time. We can encourage far more cycling and reduce pollution. Carpooling, while it is becoming far more widespread in North America and Europe, it has not really caught on much here in the Caribbean region, but it is something that we should look at because there's really no good reason why we cannot engage in carpooling far more than we do. And of course, at a personal level and a community level, we can leave our own personal vehicles behind and we can take the bus or even a robot, provided that you feel sufficiently safe taking the robot. And better still, not just taking the bus, you can do just as the JUTC, the Transport Commission, has done in Jamaica. You can diversify the fleet by bringing into operation a number of clean energy buses. The Jamaica Urban Transport Commission did this as recently as February this year when they purchased 45 electric buses and put them into operation. That is highly commendable. And that is one of the ways in which we can indeed sustain this process. And of course, we can have hybrid and electric vehicles. Of course, we may need some government interventions and the necessary policy in place to do this to achieve these objectives. But going more directly into the energy process, we have biomass available, we have solar, we have geothermal, we have wind, we have water. And all of these should be familiar to us because we have successfully implemented a number of these programs based on these sources of energy right here in the CARICOM region and in the wider Caribbean. The Wigton Wind Farm, for example, in Jamaica, is one outstanding example of a utility-grade wind farm. The solar water heating industry in Barbados is another such one. And here we see products from 2 of Barbados's leading manufacturers. The use of solar voltaic panels is another one which is catching on fairly widely but not as quickly as I'd like to see in the region. This image shows you a demonstration house built by the Ministry of Energy in Barbados and is on show. And the entire facility is run on solar photovoltaics. Some people may not even know that right here in our region on the island of Guadeloupe, we have the Bouillon Geothermal Power Facility, which has been in operation, listen to this carefully, since 1985. So we have implemented these things successfully. We just simply need to consolidate them. I would also say that above all, we need to eliminate the perverse economic and financial incentives that undermine the goals of achieving sustainability and providing a more livable planet. This, I think, is something which our policymakers need to seriously consider if we are serious about sustaining the economic and the environmental benefits of this COVID period. But the other question I would ask is, we've asked the question and we've answered it, are they sustainable? Yes, we know that. But why should we seek to sustain these benefits? We should for a number of reasons. The air pollution, for example, is linked to a variety of health risks, such as heart and lung disease, stroke, and premature death. The World Health Organization, for example, in 2019, attributed 4.2 million premature deaths to air pollution. We know, again, from World Health Organization statistics that almost 29% of global lung cancer deaths are attributable to air pollution, about 24% of the strokes, 25% of heart disease, and about 43% of deaths from lung cancer. But apart from health risks, there's the issue of acid rain, which is harmful to fish and aquatic life in the oceans, rivers, and lakes. And concomitantly, the adverse impact on food security and the capacity of the ocean to uptake carbon dioxide. Air pollution also poses a threat to forests and food crops. for example, via the direct falling of acid rain on the leaves and stems of flora, and also by the direct uptake of contaminants, for example, heavy metals from the soils. But equally so is the impact of these contaminants on buildings. Matters like discoloration, the erosion of buildings, of building materials, metal corrosion, and structural failure are all familiar to us when it comes to the fallout from the atmosphere. But the real issue is, will they be sustainable? And do we have reasons to be optimistic? Are they illusory? We know that on the present trajectory, the Paris Agreement goal of not exceeding 2 degrees Celsius, let alone 1.5 degrees Celsius, Michael, relative to pre-industrial, is almost unachievable at this point. Taking likely carbon feedbacks into account, we are pretty much on track to achieve the IPCC worst case scenario of an excess of 4 degrees Celsius and a concomitant sea level rise of at least 1 meter. A recent study published by Nature Climate Change has shown that during the COVID-19 confinement period, that our daily CO2 emissions had actually decreased by 17% by early April 2020 compared to the 2019 average. So again, just as happened with the recent financial crisis 2008 to 2009, we are seeing these reductions in emissions even during this COVID period. At the individual country level, emissions declined on average by 26%. However, the question is, as we reflect on whether or not we can sustain these benefits, will we crank up our economies with imported fossil fuels alone? Or will we have the fortitude to expand renewable energy use? Will we return to the use of plastics and leaded fuel? Or will we continue on the road to their elimination? These are some questions we need to ask ourselves. And let us be clear that the post-COVID response should not be anchored to a series of short-term fixes either. We must recognize that we have in the region the intellectual capacity to plan a more sustainable future, characterized by an enhanced quality of life for all, and based on economies that are less vulnerable to external shocks, whether those shocks are related to pandemics, to trade, or to hydrometeorological hazards. So, to the question, is the temporary environmental reprieve sustainable? I would argue, yes, it is. To the question, are there proven strategies for achieving sustainability? I would argue, yes, there are. I've shown you a number of examples that we've implemented across the region in the areas of energy and energy efficiency that are real and lasting. But here is the final question. Will the global community sustain it post-COVID? Sorry to be pessimistic, but my answer is hardly likely, not if we learn from the lessons of the recent past. Thank you. And I end with this quotation from the head of UNEP, who in an editorial in the first person editorial on April the 5th said that as we inch from a wartime response to building back better, we need to take on board the environmental signals and what they mean for our future and well-being. Because COVID-19 is by no means a silver lining for the environment. Again, the head of UNEP is as pessimistic as I am about whether the global community will sustain these environmental benefits. I thank you.
Professor Nurse, we thank you so much for this very insightful talk, giving us a reality check that we have had examples before where we had improvements and they were not sustained. But you've given us hope. You've given us, shall I say, a roadmap as to how we could really keep sustainable clean air, clean water, and a clean environment for our peoples. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Mrs. Therese Turner-Jones, the IDB Jamaica Country Head. And it is my great pleasure to welcome her. She's a national of the Bahamas, but we claim her in Jamaica. She has been with the IDB since 2013, when she started as the country representative in Jamaica. In addition, Mrs. Turner-Jones is the IDB's general manager for the country department, Caribbean Group, which oversees the bank's operations in Barbados, Guyana, Suriname, the Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, and of course, Jamaica. She has over 20 years of experience in the areas of macroeconomics and economic development, with particular emphasis, of course, on the Caribbean. Therese has held key positions in the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, including most recently as Deputy Division Chief for the Caribbean, 2 Division. So Mrs. Jones brings a wealth of experience to this topic. She will speak on COVID and climate change, 2 Caribbean challenges. And we appreciate her spending time with us today and welcome her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weber. Take this off now so that I can speak comfortably. It's a real privilege and honor to be here to share some thoughts and some policy directions we think would be really helpful for the region as we deal with these 2 menacing issues at the moment, COVID-19 and of course climate change, which is here with us. I want to say that a lot of what you've already heard for World Environment Day, and it's a pleasure to be doing this on this day because we seem to have been absorbed solely by this pandemic. But as I was discussing just before I came on, climate change has been here with us in this region for a long time, and globally, it's here to stay. So having to deal with these 2 items at once is quite a challenge. So let me begin. Thanks again, the University of the West Indies, for inviting the IDB to share our thoughts with you, and it's a pleasure. Thanks. So, what are the 5 Ps? I'm going to briefly go through the prognosis, the performance, and that means the global economy and how our region is dealing with COVID-19 so far. Perspectives we have on the 2 challenges today, climate change as well as COVID-19. What are some of the commonalities? What are the shocks and some responses? How we think countries should be planning as a region and also individually to deal with these 2 challenges. And lastly, what the IDB is doing in this space and how we're helping our clients to meet both challenges face on. First of all, I like this quote from the World Health Organization director, who basically talks about this pandemic as just one reminder of the intimate and delicate relationship between people, the planet, and any efforts to make our world safer, he says, are doomed to fail unless they address the critical interface between people and pathogens and the existential threat of climate change that is making our Earth less habitable. I mean, I think there's no other way to put it today, and we thank him for that great quote, which was made at the 73rd World Health Assembly in the middle of May. When we look at what's happening globally, first of all, this pandemic, outside of the health shock, we've already seen, even under the most optimistic scenario, for 2020, we're going to find that trade flows are pretty much drying up, and that significant declines have been experienced already, not just in our region, but across the globe. And this is probably one of the first economic manifestations of how deep this pandemic is. under the most pessimistic scenario in North America, where we are, our region, we're looking at a 41% fall off in trade flows. And that is just trade. That's not even services. So we know that for this region where we produce not just commodities and goods, but also services in the form of tourism, it's going to have a significant impact on the Caribbean. The Caribbean Department has done a fair amount of research already on this. And what we've discovered we did the first publication on potential impacts of COVID-19 on our region. And when I talk about our region, I'm going to just confine myself to the 6 countries that fall in the constituency that I manage. So the Bahamas, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago. We looked at various different scenarios in terms of what could possibly happen if tourism falls off by 25% in the most optimistic to the most pessimistic scenario of 75% fall off. Already we've seen a lot of collapse of tourism in our region in the Bahamas, in Barbados, in Jamaica, in Tobago. It's been widespread. The other 3 countries, Trinidad, Suriname, and Guyana, of course, are less dependent on tourism because these are oil-dependent economies and commodity-dependent economies, and so obviously the impact's going to be different. But even just looking at the direct effect of tourism on the 3 countries and the 4th island being Tobago included, we know that there's been a significant economic shock. So, and the impact is coming through the channels of the exports as well as direct investment in the sector of tourism. What is interesting about this crisis on the economic front, while the health pandemic is affecting the services economy, we also have at the same time having an impact through the oil and gas channels, which, as you know, since for about 2-3 months now, oil prices and gas prices have been collapsing, and that's almost another unprecedented historic event happening globally. And so the effect on Trinidad, Tobago, Suriname, and Guyana is going to be interesting there. But these scenarios show that for these 3 countries, we could experience anywhere from a 3% fall off in GDP to up to 10% just from the tourism channel alone. We've done work that shows that when we take into account the indirect businesses related to tourism, that impact in a country like the Bahamas could be as severe as a fall off of 26% in 2020 alone. On average, if we look at the impact of natural disasters in this region, and we're here talking about climate change, and natural disasters is top of mind as today is June 1, opening of the hurricane season, we know that on average, we can lose up to 3% of GDP as a result of a natural disaster. So when we compare the growth projections for 2020 based for these 3 institutions that have done projections on, including the IDB, on what's going to happen in our region in 2020. And if you were to add another 3% of GDP in the event that there's another Dorian, for example, in the Bahamas last year, then we are looking at a serious economic fallout as a result of COVID plus any potential hurricane this year. So this is to give you an order of magnitude of how significant COVID-19 along with natural disasters can be. When we look at sort of, natural disasters between 2010 and 2019, for example, we've had in our region approximately 400 deaths. We've had about 800,000 people affected. We've had an economic loss in the range of $8 billion US. That's for over a 10-year period. From March to May in 2020 alone, COVID-19 has had, we're lucky in that our death rate relative to some other regions has been relatively small. We're looking at a number of 46 deaths. We're 6.5 million people have been affected if you take the wider Caribbean region. And we're looking at a full economic collapse of between 5.3 and 6% throughout the region. So this gives us a sense of how the lingering impact of this pandemic is going to have on the region. So climate change and disasters then must be prioritized in the development agenda. And the reason why I'm here today as part of this conversation is to really put climate change and COVID-19 in a development perspective. We have a lot of scientific information around what's driving climate change in our region. We know that our region is one of those regions, including other small island developing states, where our vulnerabilities are much higher. But when we look at the potential human capital impact, what are we looking at? So we know that vulnerable groups are always on the front line of any impact. So they will continue to be negatively impacted by climate change and natural disasters. We see after natural disasters, take Dorian, take Irma, take Maria, we see an increase in poverty. We see increased population displacement and migration flows. And we've seen that over the decades in our region, and that will continue. In terms of health, obviously COVID-19 is one particular manifestation, but we know that climate change has health impacts that are measurable. We're seeing those either through vector-borne diseases like dengue, chikungunya, and so on, but we know that mental health needs go up. We see more starvation, more malnutrition, that's showing up in the data. We see more respiratory and cardiovascular diseases as a result. We see more temperature-related deaths. We have more waterborne diseases. We talked about the mosquitoes already. And we see more health emergencies. So the picture that's being painted, of course, is how complex climate change impacts can be on our human development. So in that context, what we need to be doing is building resilience. And resilience that doesn't just look at one aspect, but the interconnected and the relationships between many different parts of the way we manage our economies and our societies and our human capital. And this graph is just a good illustration of how the interconnected parts relate, but also what are those areas that we need to be looking at. So it's population health, it's human capital, it's developmental, not just local, regional, but internationally. We're looking at productive supply chains, whether it's food security. What we're hearing now with COVID-19 is supply chains have been disrupted. Manufacturers and suppliers of goods in some countries are finding it difficult to get their goods as a result. And geopolitics plays very much into this. These are all issues that need to be taken into account. We're looking at, what's the future investments we need to make in governance structures, how all of these pieces flow together. In terms of social welfare, poverty and inequality, what we're seeing in this particular crisis during COVID-19 is those inequalities are being amplified. If we just look at Jamaica alone and look at how many people have applied for compassionate grants, for example, we get a good sense of whether the social welfare system is adequate, whether it's inadequate, what are the gaps. Are there people being left out? We know, for example, in the Caribbean where societies run largely on informality, that there are people who are not being able to have access to the support that the government is making available, either because they're not included, because they don't have an identity, because they don't have a physical address, they have no government-issued ID. So that raises all kinds of issues of equality and inequality. And absolutely on financial flows, this is a very important area to keep track of, not just because clearly public finances need to be managed in a way that's extraordinary in times like COVID-19 or climate change in the future, but because what we're finding is that given the macroeconomic conditions that exist in the Caribbean, there's a very, very slim margin for taking on additional expenditures because of high levels of debt or the inability of policies to change fast enough. So there are all of these issues are interconnected, and they have impacts that could be either negative or positive depending on how we manage them. So, big question. This was a picture from the Financial Times on May 16th. Can we tackle both climate change and COVID-19 and the recovery at the same time? So, obviously, I think the answer to that is yes. How we do that is the challenge of our day, and it's the challenge of development institutions like ours, the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the World Bank, as well as all of the international partners that work with the Caribbean. And of course, it must be the most singular obsession of every policymaker throughout this region right now. So, what the world is clamoring for is combined strategies. It's impossible to tackle COVID-19 in the absence of not tackling an issue like the recovery from COVID-19 and how the region will I use the metaphor of a tunnel, of going through this dark tunnel now, and when we exit the tunnel, is there light, and how do we get out of that tunnel in some way in which, one, there is a positive recovery, and that we are emerging in a region that's not just more resilient, but also that is built on a different kind of platform. When we scan what's going on in the literature and the debate around what kind of combined strategies is needed, what we come up with is, let's focus on a green recovery. And what does that mean? So the World Economic Forum and others are saying, massive programs in green public investment could be not just cost effective, but could also be a way to revive hard-hit economies at the end of this tunnel. And what does a smart green economy looks like? What are we talking about? And I'd like to say we're talking about investing in renewable energy, moving away from fossil fuel dependency, smart agriculture, and so on. And the bank has spent a lot of time developing these ideas and these policies in the region over the last 5 years especially, particularly as the whole area of climate change has forced us to look at what is the impact of carbon emissions, and we know that burning fossil fuels is not a good strategy for the future. And so think about putting those investments and put in the generation of electricity by using renewable energy. So we spent a lot of time looking at this, and we think there is a path to 2040 that looks at the economic benefits of sustainable energy throughout this region. So moving away from fossil fuels, going to solar energy, going into wind energy, going into geothermal, going into more sustainable forms of energy generation and energy distribution. Energy efficiency, of course, is another big pillar of this idea, because currently we aren't thinking through the use of energy in our households, in our public buildings, and there are ways in which we can get electricity savings by using more energy efficient means of either lighting our buildings or heating our buildings or cooling our buildings. There are ways of doing that. And of course, energy resilience, we need to build our infrastructure in a way that it's resilient to the impacts of hurricanes and natural disasters. So this could be a big way forward. And that, to me, would be a major platform for moving ahead on a green economy basis. Unfortunately, COVID-19 the current environment is going to be compounded by the 2020 predictions for hurricanes. Just about every single model from every agency that's doing this is suggesting that we're going to have an above average season. What that means for us is on June 1st, we ought to be thinking as the hurricane season opens up that we need to have in place all the necessary preparedness and provisions and planning for a very busy season on top of this current crisis. So we have a few policy recommendations in terms of a hurricane response and recovery in this global pandemic. Starting with planning. We need to increase the availability and the protection of responders, and that needs to be done regionally and nationally. We can't be scrambling as the hurricane hits to be able to amass the resources we need to respond to a crisis. And I want to say that over the years, the Caribbean has really set a good example of preparedness. Some countries more so than others, but just taking a scan of the recent publications in the newspapers over the weekend, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management in Jamaica already starting that awareness campaign going in Jamaica. Everybody in the Caribbean is aware the current hurricane season is on us and we need to be ready. Secondly, improving supply chain and logistics and the availability of relief supplies, including personal protective equipment. Here, a regional approach to this is one that will work best. And what we've seen through COVID-19 and working through CARFA, for example, out of Trinidad, is that CARFA has been a really good instrument through which we can do bulk procurement, and the IDB has been providing some assistance to CARFA on this to be able to get the best prices for this equipment. The same can happen in the context of a hurricane. We ought to have our suppliers ready. We ought to know where we're going to source those materials in the event that we have a terrible natural disaster upon us in a few weeks or months. Focus on early evacuation and coping capacity for emergency, sheltering of displaced populations with social distancing. Clearly, COVID-19 and social distancing, we're all still on a learning curve. What works, what doesn't work. We've seen that the lockdowns across this region have varied in scope, but I think overall, if we were to grade the region in terms of how we've done, particularly relative to other parts of the world, we've done fairly well. So if we can build on what we've learned over these last 3 months in lockdown, that may provide some good examples for how we move forward in the event of a natural disaster while we're still coping with COVID-19. Water and sanitation issues continue to be big issues in the Caribbean. Water lock-offs are still too prevalent. Our utilities need to be able to sustain their capital expenditures and plans in a way that we have adequate water, sanitation, and hygiene for every single person in this region that needs it. So we cannot take our eyes off what our water utilities and sanitation utilities are doing, and we need to provide as much support as necessary for those utilities, particularly in the event of a natural disaster. And as we're seeing through this global pandemic, we cannot continue to have communities that don't have access to good water and sanitation. Ensure development and pre-positioning of veteran emergency response managers and coordinators, and clearly this is where disaster risk management is at its best. Always having a pool of resources that we can redeploy, whether it's in one part of Jamaica or in another country or need to go somewhere else in the region, we need to have that up and ready. And again, this is also the National Emergency Operations Centers, that these be fully staffed with a clear plan, and the disaster risk mechanisms and frameworks are in place to be able to deal with this. And finally, to ensure the continuity of government. What we've seen through COVID-19, of course, has been various levels of capabilities across this region to deal with work from home and flexibility of being able to work from home, because some agencies either didn't have laptops or their teams were not able to work from home. And it's really important that these business continuity plans envisage a pandemic in any scenario planning, because it will be important to make sure that we're able to manage any natural disaster as it comes along. And I want to say finally, the IDB has had for the last 3 years a target for climate financing, and the target has been 30% of all of the IDB financing should go towards building climate resilience throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. And just to give you some idea of the orders of magnitude of climate finance, it's been split between mitigation and adaptation. In between 2015 and May of this year, we've allocated about almost $1 billion to the Caribbean region, $957 million for climate mitigation and adaptation so far. And climate finance for 2020 is roughly about $50 million. Now, we noticed that we had a peak of climate financing in 2018. That number has been slipping a little bit, and I think there's still room to do a lot more with the IDB group as we move forward. Other work that we're doing, just to keep everybody abreast of how we're responding to COVID-19, we've managed very quickly to readjust our portfolio to respond to governments that need operations quickly, whether it's been in the health sector or whether it's been in approving contingent credit lines. We now have contingent credit lines that were originally established just for natural disasters. The IDB recently changed that rule so that any contingent credit line that's in place that was for a natural disaster can also be applied to a pandemic. They exist already in Jamaica, in Suriname, and in the Bahamas, and we are in the process of facilitating one for Barbados soon that will also include, now we're going to have a separate health pandemic line that will operate along the same premise. We've also been doing lots of work on supporting vulnerable populations. So part of this response is to make sure that those lower on the economic ladder receive as much support as those in the middle and those higher income. So we've been advising governments how to do that, how to expand their conditional cash transfer programs. We've seen in Jamaica, for example, the response through CARE, but that's a really important part of being able to cope in this situation. I want to remind everybody that unemployment throughout the Caribbean is now in double digits. The Bahamas is experiencing an unemployment rate of 50%. That's an extremely high number for such a small country, and that's, I wouldn't say that's typical, but that's going to be the range for countries that are heavily dependent on tourism services. And of course, we're always in the business of helping governments to strengthen their public policy and fiscal management. I think it's really important that governments try to get it right. What we're also seeing from this crisis is there's been a warp speed to reduce red tape and bureaucracy throughout the region. We ought to see that as the new normal. Caribbean citizens do not want to stand in line to do a service with the public sector. And I think by moving to a digital platform, we will see that a lot of governments in this region will be taking important steps to do that, so that services can be delivered more efficiently. People can still protect their health and social distance. There'll not be a need to stand in line to get a transaction done. And this also applies to the private sector. It's not just the public sector. And then, of course, there's a whole range of issues around health. It's not just making sure that we have the right public health infrastructure, but also the way in which those health services are delivered. So telemedicine, digitization of records, being able to do contact tracing through digital solutions, as opposed to community workers having to go into communities to do that. These will be important areas of work going forward. Thank you so much for this conversation. And we, I would say, want to celebrate World Environment Day. But in celebrating World Environment Day, we also want to be clear about what our own needs are, what are the challenges in the Caribbean, And now that we are confronted with this complex issue of a global pandemic, along with an economic scenario that is extremely threatening for every single person living in the Caribbean, and we overlay that with the whole issue of climate change, we have real challenges to solve. But this region has been resilient over many decades and centuries, and we know that we can do this if we do it together, we do it properly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Therese. We really appreciated that talk, COVID and climate change, and how we have to handle both. Crises don't come on schedule. So we really need the combined strategies and to think about how we recover and develop green strategies for that recovery. Thank you so much. I am pleased to welcome our next speaker, who I don't see very often, but I hear from her a lot. Mrs. Petrie Williams Rayner, who is an author, educator, and communications professional. Petrie is into communications and development and has earned a reputation as a multi-award-winning journalist, writer, educator, and someone with more than 20 years' experience in media and development. She is a former country director and senior program officer for the regional communication NGO Panos Caribbean, the Jamaica chapter, and was environment editor with the Jamaica Observer, now contributing editor with the Jamaica Gleaner. She is the author of the environment children's book, Project Climate Save, A Jamaican Boy Looks at the Effects of Global Warming, and has co-authored the book Climate Change, Gender, and Persons with Disabilities in Small Island Development States. Mrs. Williams Rayner holds a Master of Science degree in Sociology, specializing in development, and a Bachelor of Science degree in Sociology with minor in Criminology, both from the University of the West Indies. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our forum.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it is my absolute pleasure to join you this afternoon for the mini-conference being hosted by the University of the West Indies, one focused on what is a critical subject matter at this time. And of course, I'm speaking here of the environment and COVID-19. My own task today is to look at how to keep environmental messages alive during COVID-19. And where I would like to start is with a bit of context setting. So the first thing I want to put out there is that COVID-19 emerged, as most, if not all of us would know, around about December 2019. So December of last year, we got wind of this virus. 6 months on, we're looking at more than 5.9 million people infected and more than 367,000 people having died. Those set of factors have come with a whole range of implications, one of them being that we're seeing an unprecedented requirement for financial and other resources as governments race to improve health systems and, of course, to save lives. We also have a situation where there are projections for significant financial shock. And already we're seeing the evidence of this across the globe. In our particular context here in Jamaica, government has had to come up with the We Care program as a way of helping persons cope with this experience that we're having. And as though icing on the cake, the situation that we're faced with is one where there is no apparent expiration date. So where does that leave us when we talk about environmental messaging? The truth is that I think environmental messages have, for a very long time, had to struggle to be given priority. And this situation is certainly not helping. Okay, so what we're left with is a situation where people are overly anxious. They're keen on, one, containing the spread of the virus, so they're troubled over how to prevent infection. They're concerned about their families, they're concerned about their jobs, so that the level of anxiety around COVID-19 is significant. We also have a situation where, given the economic implications of this public health crisis with which we're faced globally, of penny pinching, and this is where individuals actually have pennies to pinch. Quite a number of our people have lost jobs. Even our governments are having to identify all sorts of sources of financing in order to ensure an appropriate and effective response to this public health challenge. At the individual and household levels, the same is true. Quite a lot of people up to now have had their resources completely depleted, and the struggle financially doesn't look to be improving anytime in the near future. We also have a situation where several persons have been made even more vulnerable. So we have a situation where, for example, persons with disabilities are faced with particular challenges given what is happening with COVID-19. We have persons who have comorbid conditions who we understand from the information about COVID-19 are made even more vulnerable should they become infected with the disease, because their prognosis does not look good in many of the instances. We also have a situation where there are newly vulnerable persons. So, as I've said, there are persons who over recent months have lost their jobs as economies have contracted, leaving them and their families vulnerable. So, in all of this mix, is there really a place for environmental messaging? You know, for this World Environment Day, we're talking about it is time for nature. Is it in fact time for nature? People are already so overwhelmed. They're anxious. They're facing financial hardship. They're concerned about the future. Is there a place, given this context, for environmental messaging? Yes, no, maybe so. My own response is a resounding yes. And to elaborate on this yes, I'm going to utilize what in journalism we refer to as the 5 W's and the H. So we want to know about the what, the who, the where, the when, the why, and certainly the how. And I want to begin today with a look at the why. First and foremost, prevailing environmental concerns have not gone anywhere. And I know that the other speakers today would have spoken at length about this particular fact of life. So climate change and its many triggers, species loss, plastics pollution, and we could go on. They are and continue to be a clear and present danger. Two, there are environmental challenges with the potential to be equally, if not even more deadly than COVID-19. And I think we can readily utilize climate change as a very good example of that. This, of course, is underscored by a statement or a portion of a statement issued recently by UN Environment. And it says, the pandemic has exposed that gains made to address poverty, hunger, good health, and well-being may face serious setbacks unless the global community also urgently addresses the global environmental threats that have similar capacity to gravely undermine the systems that enable humanity and the planet to survive and to thrive. In short, ladies and gentlemen, it is no joke business. Thirdly, while the natural environment has enjoyed a respite, it would seem, from intense human activity, there are also emergent concerns, and we are seeing this already in our news headlines. Here is one look of a piece done by The Guardian looking at the conservation crisis and the fact of ecotourism having collapsed due to COVID-19, having implications for example, funding and species protection. Another reason why it is important to look at the environment and COVID-19 together is that there are clear indicative linkages between COVID-19 and the environment. Already we see the reports of the implications in terms of air quality and so on. We are aware of the fact that comorbid conditions predispose people to less than optimal outcomes in the event that they develop or contract COVID-19. It means, therefore, that environmental drivers that could potentially impact the individual's health also needs to be looked at in the context of COVID-19, or rather COVID-19 needs to be looked at in the context of the environmental health issues or associated environmental health issues. And again, we have headlines that are already covering this aspect of things. And finally, in the way of the whys, is that life must go on. And I was going to initially, in preparing this presentation, I had said there is going to be life after COVID. But in truth, I have been made to understand that what we're headed to is not so much a life after COVID, but a world wherein we're managing COVID-19. So who needs to be involved in our look at the environment and COVID-19? Journalists, obviously. These are the people who typically have a broad view of things and who will dig in to investigate linkages between issues or between subject matter. Our policymakers, of course, certainly in the case of the Caribbean, our policymakers have been prioritizing, for example, climate change. And so they now have the weight of ensuring that climate change continues to be addressed even as we contend with COVID-19. Our researchers, an essential piece of this puzzle. These are the people who are out there collecting the data, in many instances, making the linkages for the journalists. And so we need these individuals to continue their work and, in fact, to deepen their work. Another set of stakeholders are personalities and pundits. Now, in communication circles, when we're crafting campaigns and so on, one of the set of stakeholders that we have come to rely on in recent times is, of course, personalities, so-called influencers who are on social media. We need these stakeholders as well to be a part of this effort to ensure that environmental issues form part of the priority even as we cope with COVID-19. We have some key columnists who are reputed to comment well and from an informed position on environmental matters, and who again can provide proper context for us. These people also need to come to the fore. Our bloggers the same, and certainly the average Jamaicans who may at the community level be seeing things, be experiencing things that we at another level may not be seeing or experiencing. The what? And when we talk about the what here, we're essentially circling the issue of the precise messaging associated with this issue. So the first thing is the linkages between COVID-19 and the environment. And already I have indicated at least two examples. One is what we're seeing in terms of air quality improvements in different parts of the world. The other is the connection between for example, environmental factors and people's overall health and what that means in the event that they contract COVID-19. We're also talking about prevailing environmental concerns. As I've said, pre-existing environmental concerns have gone nowhere. And the same priority and attention that they demanded even before COVID-19 is in fact still relevant. And as we're seeing as we gain new information on COVID, perhaps even now more critical than ever. Also, we want to look at the stories of people and places who continue to struggle under the weight of environmental concerns. And this is where it moves from sort of the academic to a very human, a very real place. Because yes, on the one hand, we have people struggling under the weight of COVID-19, with all sorts of projections, not just for economic fallout, but for a situation where post-COVID, or as the challenge of COVID is diminished over coming months, coming years, depending on who you're listening to in terms of what we anticipate for the near future, the fact is, even as people struggle with COVID-19, they continue to struggle with environmental challenges as well. And so we need to essentially turn the spotlight on that so we see what is happening with these individuals, and then based on the stories told of such individuals, are better able to sort of prioritize funding, which, as we can agree, and in fact, as we have agreed, is a rare situation at this time. My apologies. Right. And then, of course, the money matters. And this is a very, very real situation. Again, we talk about the allocation of resources for COVID-19 in and of itself. We can look at the issue of climate financing in this context. Now, for years, developing countries have struggled in many instances to get needed capital at the level that we would want to have it to finance our adaptation and, in some instances, mitigation efforts. We have not managed to get where we want to go in that kind of scenario. That is still a real thing for us. Now, we understand that COVID-19 presents significant financial challenges. This is just, the reality is what it is. And so there are obviously some implications for how things like climate financing will be impacted going forward. So while we can accept that there are going to be some implications in terms of financial flows for climate resilience building, it means that even in accepting that fact, we also then need to contemplate what is the plan B. So if going forward, developing countries and countries like those of the Caribbean who are especially vulnerable to climate change are unable to attract the level of funding for climate finance that we would want to see, then it means that countries like our own need to come up with a plan B. So what is going to be the contingency to treat with that? And we need to explore these stories. We need to talk about these issues, and we need all the stakeholders on board helping to bring visibility to the issue so that we can have informed action going forward. And some headlines from around the world, including here in the Caribbean, that we have seen, which means that, which testifies to the fact that people have really not been, impervious to the fact that the environment is important in this, even as we struggle with COVID-19. So here we have a situation, I think this is a Jamaican story, talking about money woes and the implications for local environmental NGOs, again, in the context of COVID-19. Globally, we're looking at, I think this is a piece from The Guardian, or the BBC rather, that talks about, well, what is the lasting impact of COVID-19? Again, a critical issue to look at. Okay, that one is overshadowed by something else. This headline here from The Guardian is, or again, maybe BBC, is also to the point that the UK's want to avoid climate crisis. So again, in attempting to deal with COVID-19, let us not lose sight of the fact that we have another pressing, compelling issue that warrants our attention, and our attention as a matter of priority. Again, we see here a similar message coming through, which is that government ought to prioritize climate change considerations, even amid the storm that is COVID-19. So what's the when and where as we contemplate the environment and COVID-19? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the when is now. I think the implications of the environmental challenges that exist are not and cannot be ignored. And we need, as we have in the past, we need to be acting now. In terms of the where, it is here and everywhere. Now, again, in the world of the journalists, we talk a lot about, in determining what is news or what is newsworthy, we talk about proximity. So we want, in looking at environmental messages, to look in the first instance at what is going on in our local community. So what is our local context? What is affecting our people? But at the same time, given the scale of the public health challenge that is presented by COVID-19, and given the scale of the pre-existing environmental challenges from, as I've said, climate change to biodiversity loss to pollution issues, we have to also look outside of our immediate environments. What is more, both COVID-19, which is a global pandemic, and environmental concerns are not restricted by jurisdiction. We all exist in a single ecosystem, even though we may be differentially impacted. So it means that even as we focus on our local realities, we also have to keep top of mind what's going on in other jurisdictions and explore the implications for us from a local place. So how do we do it? Well, for me, the first order of business is to recognize the value of looking at the environment and COVID-19 through the lens of the other. That's where it starts. We need to understand that this is something that is important for us so to do, and to understand also that communication, and maybe I'm being a bit biased here as a communication professional, but it is the nucleus, I think, of everything. There is nothing that happens, not in an organization, not in terms of larger development planning, that can happen and happen effectively without sound communication. And so the understanding of the prevailing issues, i.e. the linkages, associations between COVID-19 and the environment, we need to understand the issues, we need to give those issues visibility, and then have that communication inform proactive actions, inform next steps, and the like. Step 2, we also need to prepare. We need to get updated and stay updated. COVID-19 is one of the things, is one of those illnesses on which information is still emerging, which interestingly is also feeding the anxiety that a number of people face. So we need to keep on top of information that is coming out about COVID-19, and at the same time keeping an eye, for example, on climate change. Recently, in a discussion with Professor Anthony Chen, the renowned Professor Anthony Chen, he indicated that yes, we are facing an economic recession. However, climate change is not on recession. Right? In fact, there are projections that would have been made in the recent past about when certain impacts would have been felt. And what we are seeing in actuality is that those impacts are actually coming into reality a lot sooner than would have been previously projected. So again, just underscoring the need to get informed and to stay informed. Another part of the preparedness is about leveraging relationships and collaborating. The truth is we cannot do this alone. And a part of the messaging around environment and COVID-19 is this very message that we need the collaboration, we need the relationships in order to ensure that we come up with the right kinds of solutions to help us going forward. So yes, we prioritize the COVID-19, but at the same time, we also keep our environmental concerns and challenges top of mind and ensure that particular contingencies are put in place to treat with same. And then thirdly, we need to stay committed. You know, as I've said, the environment very often is not given the pride of place that it deserves. It is not given the kind of resources that it warrants. And so this is the time to stay committed to the cause, to understand that one, the communication first and foremost is important. We need to ensure that the information flows continue between partners, among stakeholders, and that in fact we are inspiring new and additional stakeholders as we look at this particular subject. Importantly, a part of staying committed is also looking again at the financial side of things. Now, I don't know how many of you would know, but media houses, for example, have not been left unscathed by the public health challenge with which we have been faced. Quite a number of media houses have had to let off some of their team members, and those very team members are faced with all sorts of financial hardships themselves. The fact is that if we want to keep the environment top of mind, where we have resources, we will need to spend some of those resources to ensure that we can keep the environment top of mind. We're not going to have buy-in, we're not going to have informed action if people are unaware that these things are happening, that these things are important. And so where you have resources available, then certainly you ought to give serious consideration to ensuring that it is invested in the reporting on environmental issues, and certainly in supporting entities that would be involved in communication work as well as other work around the environment. So what are the tools? So we've looked at the how, we've looked at the when, we've looked at the where. What are the tools that we need to make this happen? The storytelling, which is, I think, something I have indicated before. We need to tell people's stories. We need to learn of people's experiences with COVID-19 and the implications for them when it comes to their particular environmental realities. So we need the storytelling. We need the research. Now, the research, I think, certainly for us here in the Caribbean is, boy, it is beyond important. And we have seen that with the struggle to find or gain acceptance for the 1.5 target, where we had to ensure that our researchers here in the region went out, did the work, gathered the data, and then ensure that we had a little bit of, not even a little bit of, a lot of visibility on the 1.5 target, such that I think back in 2015, we were able to have that integrated as part of the Paris Agreement and have continued based on the strength of the research work that has been ongoing, and not only with respect of the 1.5 target, but also with respect to pollution issues and other issues, being able to ensure that priority is given to environmental issues. Right, so another of the tools that we have at our disposal in terms of ensuring that communication can be effectively undertaken at this time is, of course, phone calls, it's the virtual meetings, given the restraints or the constraints with which we're faced, courtesy of COVID-19. We have WhatsApp and other social media. We have, of course, also carefully planned face-to-face meetings where you do need to meet face-to-face in order to treat with particular issues. And then there's a traditional and new media in terms of ensuring that information goes out and goes out in a consistent fashion. Indeed, I don't think social media has seen as much action as it has seen with COVID-19. And that presents, I think, a very unique opportunity to provide for people a chance to see the linkages between the environment and this, our latest public health challenge. So, I want to conclude today by saying that it is a smart move to keep the environment and environmental planning front of mind at this time of COVID-19. And the essential pillar, or one of the essential pillars of that, is to ensure effective and consistent communication around the two issues. And I would like to leave you with a quote from Margaret Mead, understanding, of course, the challenges that environmental issues being given the kind of visibility and resources that they need over time, that it needs over time. And it is that never doubt that a small group of committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you.
Mrs. Petrie Williams Rayner. A communications practitioner's perspective has truly been given. We've gotten the word from the expert. And we thank you so much. There is indeed a place for the environmental message, and we rely on our friends in the media, or partners in the media, to continue. A colleague was saying today, all the press conferences that we've had, none has brought to the fore anything related to the environment. We realize it's a public health issue, but we are really wanting that the environmental message does not get forgotten. We are inextricably bound to our environment, and so all approaches to the problem need to not forget the environment. Thank you so much, Petrie, and we count on you to help us to get that message out. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we continue. Our next speaker, Dr. Barbara Karby, is no stranger. She's the director of the Disaster Risk Reduction Center at the University of the West Indies, and even more importantly, I think, a former Director General of Jamaica's Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. And so she's going to speak to us about planning for the 2020 hurricane season, and we are really grateful for her taking this time. She has worked in the capacity of the first Director of Hazard Management for the Cayman Islands, and during this tenure she established a full-time National Office for Disaster Risk Management and developed a national strategic framework for disaster risk reduction. Dr. Karby continues to work on several disaster management programs locally, regionally, and internationally. Her interests continue to be integration of knowledge bases in disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management planning for persons with disabilities and disaster risk management governance. We are truly grateful for her time and welcome her to this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to the audience. I'd like to thank the Faculty of Science and Technology for inviting me on World Environment Day to make this presentation. Let us remember that the interaction between human systems and environmental systems are very important. The connections are intimate. One cannot survive without the other. So let us always be considerate of the environment in everything that we do. So this afternoon, I'm going to look at some issues related to planning for the 2020 hurricane season in the light of the present COVID pandemic. So the prospect of managing COVID-19, the pandemic, and potentially a major hurricane presents a unique challenge for disaster risk management practitioners. And this will require adjustments in approaches to planning and preparedness by the disaster risk management community. In this presentation, we're going to examine some of the issues to be taken into account in planning for the 2020 hurricane season, even as we battle the COVID pandemic. The forecasts for the 2020 North Atlantic hurricane season are, I would say, a little bit depressing. So far, they're calling for an above-average season. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration forecasts 13 to 19 named storms, of which 6 to 10 could become hurricanes, with 3 to 6 of those being major hurricanes. That is, hurricanes of categories 3, 4, or 5. The Colorado State University agrees. We have here their figures. 16 named storms compared to an average of 12 each year. 8 hurricanes compared to an average of 6. 80 named storm days. So that's the number of days in which there's a named storm active in the basin. And that's 80, the projection, compared to 59. 35 hurricane days compared to 24. And 4 major storms compared to the average of 3. Major hurricane days, the number of days when a major hurricane will be affecting the basin, 9 compared to the 30-year average of 6. So we see that we can expect within the basin extra activity this year. Of course, Even though the projections are useful, we always remember that it takes only one to cause severe impact. So, what does this mean, this active hurricane season in the present context? It means that the disaster risk management fraternity could actually end up managing two major disasters at the same time. The potential for a major hurricane and, of course, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. What kinds of adjustments may be required then to the planning to be undertaken by the disaster risk management practitioners? Well, let's start with emergency shelters. There is physical distancing recommendations from PAHO. So for a short stay in a shelter, 18 hours, they recommend a separation of 4.5 feet. For times longer than 18 hours, they recommend 6 feet of separation. So this means that we're going to have to identify additional safe shelter space. More importantly, this safe shelter space that we're going to identify should really be able to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. The question is, can we find enough additional space which would be capable of withstanding a Category 5 hurricane? This is something that the practitioners will have to be thinking about. Oh, here's a picture of evacuees in a shelter in Jamaica. You can see that normally the conditions are really quite crowded. So that won't happen for COVID, or it shouldn't happen for COVID anyway. We need to at least at minimum, have half the number of persons within the same space than we would normally have. Now, preparedness activities. Normally, May, June, the disaster risk management offices in the Caribbean would be looking now at running exercises and the training. So these exercises are really used to practice your plans and your standard operating procedures. Some of these can be done virtually. A virtual simulation exercise would really entail messages being sent to persons via the internet, wherever they are, and they will be responding to these messages according to what the plan dictates that they should do. There are other aspects of training, however, that will be more difficult. So if you're doing search and rescue training, for example, for community teams, then that really has to be physically done, as would first aid training. So it means that some of this training actually will not get done because of the COVID restrictions. This is a picture of an earthquake simulation exercise in Portland. And this exercise is what we call a full-scale exercise, where the responders go through all the steps that they would go through in a real event. This type of exercise, of course, could not have happened with the physical distancing requirements imposed by the pandemic. Now, for emergency shelters, we're also going to need additional shelter supplies. There are about 800 plus shelters listed in Jamaica, of which about 250 are what they call primary shelters that are normally used. Now, in addition to your normal food, water, blankets, cots, bedding, and so on, shelter supplies now should also include disposable masks, gloves, fluid-resistant aprons, shoe covers, and goggles. All of these are recommended for persons who are going to be cleaning and disinfecting shelters. So all the shelters should have these additional supplies. This actually has now an implication for training, because you really would then need your shelter volunteers to be trained in the management of their personal and protective equipment. How you put on, take off, and dispose of personal preventive equipment is actually very important in not contaminating yourself and other persons. So this training for all shelter volunteers should take place before there is need to open any shelter. Another implication for your emergency shelters Well, the layout of the shelter. So we're going to need additional space because of the physical distancing requirements. But in addition to that, one would really have to identify isolation areas for potential positive or suspected COVID cases. Separate areas for the elderly, because as we know, they are particularly vulnerable to the coronavirus. And then you have to put in additional sanitizing stations and hand washing stations across the shelter. Now, I found this one very important. Ventilation. The recommendation is that there should be constant airflow or exchange within the shelter at a rate of 20 to 30 cubic meters per person per hour. So that would suggest that you either have to have excellent natural flow or some kind of ventilation system. As we know in Jamaica, our shelters are not air conditioned. We depend on natural flow, airflow within the shelters. So it's going to be difficult to achieve airflow during a hurricane because you have to lock up everywhere essentially. The building has to be sealed. So that's another potential point of spreading for COVID-19 within a sealed building. The temperature also is 20 to 25 degrees centigrade, the ideal temperature. Well, as we know, that's unlikely to happen because we don't have air conditioning to maintain those kinds of temperatures. So we're going to have higher temperatures as well. Now, the very, very important aspect of public information. We tend in our public information campaigns to treat with a particular hazard. So we have brochures, for example, as shown here, on hurricane safety. We have them on earthquake safety, flood safety, and so on. And they speak to the particular precautionary measures which should be taken by the public for those hazards. However, for this season, we really should be redoing our precautionary messages to explain the differences in approach to preparedness due to COVID-19. So really, your precautionary messages, your public service advisories, PSAs, should now include a combination of both hurricane and COVID-19 messages. So, of course, there's a cost to redoing all of these PSAs that's going to have to be factored into the preparedness budget for the national disaster offices in the region. Post-impact, so after the hurricane has passed, we have to think about the management of humanitarian personnel and supplies. The external community has been very, very generous in its response to regional events historically. Now, our border status, of course, will depend on the global situation. We are opening our borders now, but there could be a second wave of COVID-19. And if that is so, then the governments will have to decide whether humanitarian assistance will be allowed to enter the region and under what conditions. We really should be developing a set of scenarios and responses to those scenarios before any impact occurs. And then we would have to communicate to our partners what these conditions are based on the different scenarios if they are going to offer assistance after the event. Very important again, stress management. The American Psychiatry Association did some research on stressors due to COVID-19. This was in the United States, but I suspect that it won't be that different for the Caribbean. And I have not seen the Caribbean research yet, so I'm using the United States research. So one of the worst stressors identified by parents was actually managing distance and online learning for their children. And we have seen in Jamaica that it actually has been a major stress in Jamaica as well. There are parents, for example, who can't afford data so that the kids can access their lessons. If you have multiple children, then you have to have multiple devices. Some persons cannot afford that, and so on. So that was a stressor. Access to food, housing, and health care was also a stressor because really there's a great uncertainty surrounding jobs and whether people will have jobs as we go through the COVID-19 pandemic. Then, of course, the fact that we are missing major milestones. We can't travel to weddings and graduations. In Jamaica, funerals, which are normally a social event and which are normally very, very well attended, only 10 persons could go to funerals. So the families did not get the level of support that they would normally get in the event of the death of a family member. And then, of course, some persons identified work as being very stressful, I suppose, depending on the level of exposure or potential exposure that one would have. Now, hurricanes, too, are a source of stress within the region. And persons may have difficulty, for example, in procuring emergency supplies, ensuring that they have adequate emergency supplies. They may not because of economic reasons, for example. The need to evacuate, just having to evacuate your home to go to a shelter is a very stressful experience. And in fact, many people do not evacuate because they just think it's just far too stressful for them. They would rather take the risk at home. Then there's the risk of physical damage and loss of your home, injuries, and then accessing medical help in a situation where hospitals may be damaged, roads may be closed. Access to supplies, particularly if you have damage to your home and there is widespread damage, you may not be able to access the supplies for repairs. And then lack of communication with family and friends because you may not have power, you may not have internet, and so on. And then, of course, for those persons who are not insured, the resources for recovery are always stressful because then you have to go and find financing to repair your homes or to get your livelihoods going again if you are self-employed. So there is now, because of COVID-19, and if there's a hurricane, there will be need to provide psychosocial support for a large segment of the population in order to help them manage the stresses associated with COVID-19 and any potential hurricane. This will require large numbers of professionals, social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, and so on. And that really has to be planned for as we go forward. Another issue related to this is that if there is indeed a second wave coinciding with a hurricane, then you'll also have to have physical distancing even while you're trying to lend psychosocial support to the population. So there are several issues there to think through and, to come up with ways in which these issues can be best resolved. Then, for recovery, if there is a damaging event, category maybe 4 or 5, then there's the possibility that there will be need for long-term shelter for persons who have lost their homes. Again, we'd have to think about how we would manage that situation if there is a second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. And also for recovery, from the financing point of view, the country will face the possibility of having to find funds for the COVID-19 recovery plus hurricane recovery financing. I say the country, but of course, that also would translate down to the family level, where affected families would face the same dilemma. But in the midst of all of this, there are opportunities that we should recognize. So we spoke earlier about organizing simulation exercises. So this actually, COVID-19 and a potential hurricane, is the first opportunity we've really had to manage 2 major events simultaneously. So we have a real event, the COVID pandemic, And then for our simulation exercise, we would simulate the impact of a major hurricane. This is excellent training, which will pay off if there is a real event in the future. Then for damage and impact assessment, we have been really very tied to physical proximity for damage assessment. So teams go out into the field, they gather their data, they come back in, into their data and so on. This is an opportunity really for us to start using the technology, geospatial technology, which are excellent to overcome access issues. So the use of drones, for example, the use of satellite imagery. We should be thinking in this way now. And this is also a way for us to speed up our damage assessment procedures. To me, it's the way of the future. A lot of investment has been put into technology for managing the COVID-19 pandemic. We have an opportunity now to leverage that investment in that technology, the databases which have been developed and so on. All of these can now be used for other major events. So let us not think in silos. We have the technology, we have the information, we have the data for COVID. How can we leverage that for another major event, whether it be a hurricane, whether it be an earthquake, whether it be a major flood? Finally, a disaster is a terrible thing to waste. After every disaster, there's a window of opportunity. It is for us to grasp the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karby. Amazing perspective, planning for the reality of a storm or a hurricane with COVID still around, things we never thought of. Making our shelters COVID compliant, really critical issues. We appreciate the time you took, and your unique perspective will go a far way in helping us to survive this confluence of disasters. Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Peter Clark, who is the Managing Director of the Water Resources Authority. Mr. Clark has been employed for the past 35 years within the construction sector of Jamaica, specifically in the area of water supply. He started his career in Carib Engineering Corporation Limited as an engineering surveyor working on the Yalas Pipeline project. Subsequently, over a 22-year period as project manager on numerous water supply projects across Jamaica. He has been very successful and responsible for the coordination of all aspects of work for the construction of scores of water supply projects. Thereafter, the next 10 years were spent at the Rural Water Supply Limited, culminating as engineering manager and seeing his involvement in the design and construction of water supply projects, again for scores of towns and districts island-wide. He has liaised with international agencies such as the CDB, the IDB, JICA, at the technical cooperation level for both project financing and project implementation. Mr. Clark is responsible to the WRA's succession plan, and he joined the team at the Water Resources Authority in the capacity of Deputy Managing Director in 2016, and of course is now the Managing Director. So over the years, Peter has received extensive training in water and environmental management, waterworks engineering, construction, engineering and management, project management, natural resource management, and water sustainability, and climate. He is registered with the Professional Engineers Registration Board as an environmental engineer and with the International Project Management Association as a certified project management associate. He's also a member of the St. Andrew Justice of the Peace Association. We really appreciate him taking the time, and his expertise are clear to speak to us on water and COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and good afternoon. I am proud to be doing this for the University of the West Indies. In all of the studies that I've done, yes, I did do my natural resource management here with Professor Thomas Hope. So I have come back home. COVID and the environment, for better or for worse. That sounds like a marriage. But in our case, I'm sure that we're hoping for the divorce and that eventually COVID will go away. But in the meantime, in between time, we still have to deal with quite a few issues. And I will speak on water in a time of COVID-19. At the Water Resources Authority, we do have our charge as per our Water Resources Act, which deals with the management of water, the management of resources, the allocation of resources, and all of that. But in a simplistic way, we have to be mindful of the needs for water provisioning, for maintaining water quality, and for proper wastewater disposal. These are very important to us. The concept of WASH is extremely important, water and sanitary hygiene, especially in a time of a pandemic, in a time of illnesses, severe illnesses. The need for good, clean water increases. The need for WASH, water and sanitary hygiene increases because water, good, clean water, is absolutely essential to protecting human health. It has been recognized that the first line of defense is to wash hands and to wear a mask. And we will speak specifically to the matter of washing of hands because it is the best way to prevent the human-to-human transmission of the coronavirus. It's the only way that, I wouldn't say the only way, but it has been determined to be the best way. So, questions that are usually asked with regards to something like the COVID-19 virus and water is, can the virus be transmitted by a water supply? Is there sufficient water available for the recommended frequent washing of hands? And how should wastewater from sanitization and from the treatment of patients be handled? Because when we do wash our hands, that now has to be disposed of. When we do wash down a clinic or a quarantine area, that water has to be disposed of. So we have to consider it from beginning to end in the whole of the operations of using the water in combating the virus. So the question, can the virus be transmitted via a water supply? Well, first of all, we do know that water supplies carry viruses, okay? Viruses do exist. And these viruses give us different ailments and illnesses. The most popular one, I would suppose, is gastroenteritis. There's poliomyelitis, meningitis, all of these things. So the concern or the question being asked is a good question, it's a genuine question, and it does deserve an answer. Worldwide, here, there, and everywhere, contaminated water is a significant cause for morbidity. Dysentery and other diseases take their toll, especially on infants and youth and the elderly. So, and then if you have what we call the comorbidities, then the whole thing expands in terms of the effect on populations. The question of whether a population is impoverished or generally well off also makes a big difference. So here, there, and everywhere, we do have impoverished populations. We do have impoverished sectors even within, let us say, first world countries. So contaminated water is a significant cause for morbidity. The World Health Organization have determined that so far, in all of their tests, COVID-19 is not detected, has not been detected in drinking water supplies. So in other words, the risk to persons who are drinking treated water is very, very low of getting the COVID-19 virus. And that is good news. For us here in Jamaica, there's even more good news because our domestic water supplies are treated. Our domestic water supplies are provided either by the National Water Commission, the municipal corporations, private suppliers who are regulated just like the National Water Commission, and there are private suppliers who provide water for particular communities, and so in all cases, because of experience, because of all the work that the Ministry of Health puts in and other agencies and authorities and regulators, we don't have much of a concern about whether water is treated or untreated that is provided in pipe supplies. And the typical treatment employed in Jamaica is chlorination. So we filter the water and then we disinfect the water with chlorine. And then now we make your water potable and you can now drink the water. There have been other coronaviruses before this COVID-19. And in all the cases with all the other coronaviruses, they have been rendered inactive by the application of chlorine. What this means is that we are pretty confident that that first question of if the virus can be transmitted through your water supply, that this substantiates the argument that it is not. No, this has been examined and tested in labs at World Health Organization, at the CDC, and at other independent labs. And so far, as we say, that is good news. So, that's all well and good for the piped in-house water supply. But not everybody has that facility. Not everybody has that. In some cases, it's called a luxury. We do have the situation where a pipe supply comes to a property, and then within that property, there are quite a few families living. Okay? So you may have a single yard pipe, and then all the families go to the yard pipe and they collect water. Or there may be a situation where there is no piped water to the property, and then water is trucked to the property or to nearby. Okay? Now, we are entering a delicate time in our annual weather, which is the hurricane season. We always say June too soon. Well, in May we already had two named disturbances, Arthur and Bertha. So maybe fortunately or unfortunately, we did not have any impact from Arthur or Bertha. For my own purposes, as a water resource engineer, as a water resource manager, the more it rains, the happier I am. And so I personally don't see a system moving away and not affecting Jamaica as a blessing. I would rather have some kind of a overpass of that system. But then you can have the system, or you can have the hurricane, and then you now have plenty of water. But our situation, and those of us who've passed through major hurricanes already in our lifetime, are fully aware that after the hurricane, one of the noticeable elements that has now disappeared or is not available to us is water. Because systems go down, rivers are flooded out, intake structures are sanded over and need to be cleaned, pipelines get broken, electricity is down and pumps are out. So even within the fact that you would have just had, tons and tons of rain, you're immediately in a water shortage. And for our situation, our current situation, now in May, we have not been experiencing our traditional secondary rainy period. So, from the point of view of May rains, things have been bad. From the point of view of if you do get a serious storm, the outlook then would be bad, because at that time, the water systems could very well be suffering from the impacts of the hurricane. In which case, you then come to the other alternative, which becomes almost the go-to response, which will be trucking of water. Whether we're dealing with a yard pipe or we're dealing with trucked water, our attention and our focus shifts from water quality to water handling quality. We do have confidence that the truckers will be providing and presenting water to the consumers that is of good quality. But the question is, how has it been handled in loading the truck, in delivering it to tanks and to drums and to the general household? So the attention moves from water quality to water handling quality. So let's speak a little bit more about that. In the situation of the yard pipe or the yard tap, what you're going to have then is multiple persons operating that tap. You may very well see a queue. People will be lining up to get water from the tap, one right after the other. Okay? In terms of trucking, you have the handling of hoses, you have the persons coming to the yard taps and bringing water buckets, you have the trucks delivering into drums, you have the water buckets transferring water to a drum beside the house or whatever it is. In all of that, we create points of contamination. And for our purposes now, apart from all the other things that we always used to worry about, any pathogens are being introduced with dirty hands or any viruses, any other than normal waterborne viruses, there's a question now of moving COVID. So while we don't expect the water itself to be moving the COVID in pipelines and so on, in this situation, no one can be certain. And it is because of the uncertainty that extra care is recommended. Because, as I said, we now introduce quite a few points of contamination. So what can we do? We can wash down the commonly used facilities and the shared facilities. So we can wash down the yard tap. We can wash down the buckets. We can wash these down. Not just with water, but with bleach. No, bleach isn't a problem in being used to wash down these facilities, because at the end of the day, whenever we have questionable water, the recommendation is add a few drops of bleach to kill any viruses that are there. So that has not changed, and that recommendation is enhanced, is even more strengthened in the matter of handling shared facilities. So yes, wash down the pipe taps and the buckets with bleach or spray them down. Whatever is the case, that care needs to be taken. I mean, we are already, there was a high uptake for bleach and other sanitization material when we realized that COVID was pretty much here. So we have been, spraying down kitchen counters and doorknobs and all of this with chlorine-based compounds such as bleach. So that is nothing new. The only thing that I would warn you about now is that bleach itself should not be used to cleanse your hands, to sanitize your hands, because it is an irritant. It's still recommended that in washing your hands with water, that you don't use a strong bleach solution, that you use soap. As much as possible, you use soap and water, or alcohol mixed with water, any of that, and you should be fine. But I would not recommend washing your hand with a chlorine solution. Generally speaking, impoverished or well off, the fact is Jamaicans are noted for cleanliness. Jamaicans are noted for their fastidiousness to taking care of their bodies, and it is anticipated that this trait will prevail. Now, if you combine that mentality with the matter of washing hands, that way we can contain CV-19, okay? And in containing CV-19, we can then leave it to die its course, because it doesn't live that very long without a host, and I'm hoping that we can be better off. But it all comes back to washing our hands. But what this means is that if you have been taking water from a yard pipe and storing water in the house, it is then recommended that you reserve a little bit more water within your domestic allocation of water for hand washing. We have to be conscious. We can't just say wash, wash, wash. We have to do wash, do wash, do wash. We have to continue washing. So the water that we're storing, we still need to protect it. So we store it at home in regularly cleaned and covered containers, and covers are absolutely essential. Now, when in doubt, boil your water. A hurricane or a storm has passed, and then the matter now of the water supply comes back, especially in the early days of the water supply coming back, it's always recommended to add some bleach to the water or boil the water. As long as you can find the fire on the pot, boil the water. It's guaranteed to kill every virus, every pathogen. There's nothing like 100 degrees Celsius. Absolutely nothing when it comes to treating water. It may not look pretty. Water can look brown and have a little bit of muddy, but you may just be getting some kind of a mineral, but at least you would not be getting any germs. So when in doubt, boil your water. So having now used water and consumed water, we now produce what we call wastewater. We now have to get rid of wastewater. The World Health Organization, again, said that there's no evidence that the COVID-19 virus has been transmitted to anybody, and there is no record of it. And I asked here at the Ministry of Health just this morning, nobody has the COVID-19 transmitted via wastewater from, say, a sewerage system with or without wastewater treatment. Now here, we have been treating our wastewater, so that is a big plus, okay? The sanitation workers at the wastewater treatment, well, they're already dealing with wastewater. They're already aware that it's not something to play in. They're already aware that it's something that they should be protecting themselves from. So with their normal PPE and their operational procedures, the sanitation workers are fine. We do, at the end of the day, have to dispose of the wastewater. And all wastewater is disposed into the environment, whether it is to outfall in the sea, whether it is to outfall to a river, whether it is injection in a injection well to the into the depths below the ground surface, or if it is a tile field and it is allowed to eventually soak away. Whatever the situation is, all wastewater goes back to the environment. Now, we then have to be very careful with how we handle wastewater generally. Wastewater is of questionable, I would say, we have to wonder about COVID-19 and wastewater when sanitation exercises are conducted in an area where the COVID-19 has been suspect. We have to deal with wastewater that is generated from the treatment care within a quarantine center or within a treatment center or a holding center or whatever it is. So in the sanitation exercises and the treatment care, this wastewater that is produced has to be disposed of. It is recommended, we would recommend at the WRA that the workers, the sanitary workers that are doing the wash down and the cleaning down and clearing up and all of that, that they wear nitrile gloves, that they wear N95 masks, and any other PPE that's available, we would recommend that they use that. We'd also recommend that when you do these wash downs, the water that is used for the wash downs should be disinfected. So it should not be plain water that you're using. We would recommend that you neutralize the COVID-19 virus by adding bleach to the water that is to be used to wash down, whether you're mopping floors, wiping walls, whatever the situation is. We would recommend that every step is made to neutralize the COVID-19 virus. So again, you add bleach. And then eventually, as I said earlier, the wastewater goes to disposal, to the environment. So the concern then is, how do you dispose of the grey water from sanitation exercises? This grey water should always be disposed of in drains that are connected to a septic system, to a sewage system, or an absorption pit. Now, in large urban areas like Kingston, there aren't so many absorption pits anymore, but in other areas, they do still exist. And at the worst case, even if you have a drain that's going to an absorption pit, if you can find the cover and pull the cover and wash down the wastewater from the wash down buckets into the absorption pit, you're doing everybody a favor. Everybody. All right? At the same time, before you do dispose of it, we recommend dosing that grey water with disinfectant so that no onward contamination of groundwater can occur. Because we do want to keep our groundwater safe. A lot of the water that is disposed of in absorption pits and sewage systems and so on may make its way back to a groundwater source or a groundwater supply, and so that has to be protected. So dose down the grey water with additional disinfectant. So you added disinfectant to do the work, and you're now going to dump it, add some more disinfectant. We'd rather that you be spending some money on disinfectant than you be spending some money on COVID treatment. Whatever happens, grey water from such facilities should never be just tossed out the back door, should never be just disposed of on open ground. It should always be disposed of in drains. And finally, this brings us now to what I call the 6 R's of water resources: reclaim, reuse, reduce, reserve, redirect, and restrict. Now, the concept of reusing wastewater is a touchy subject. There are those who will have nothing to do with it, and there are those who say that it is the way forward with handling water. If we can reclaim the water component from wastewater, because wastewater is W-A-S-T-E-W-A-T-E-R. Those 5 letters are very important, that W-A-T-E-R. So there is water in wastewater. So if we can reclaim that water component, then now, if we can now go ahead and reuse that water component, what it would mean is that we're reducing the demand on other fresh water elsewhere, because we are compensating for the fresh water that we would want to take from somewhere by adding back water from wastewater that we can reuse for particular applications, not necessarily for every application, but for some applications. Irrigation comes to mind for agriculture. And you may be restrictive with the type of agriculture that you're thinking of, so maybe not your callaloo and your lettuce and your cabbage. But what about your orchard crops? What about your hemp and your marijuana? What about your cotton? What about your soy? What about castor beans? No problem there, eh? So, having reduced the freshwater demand, what it means is that we can now actually reserve more freshwater for future use. And even in areas where restricted freshwater abstraction has been taking place, we can now redirect water from one place to another to alternative and competing demands. So, this is now not on the householder. This is now on the wider operations of water. But I would just throw this in for us to think ahead, okay? So these 6 R's, we can live by them, we can survive by them. But at the end of the day, when it comes to COVID-19, we just have to wash all our troubles away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter Clark. It is really comforting to know that we can't catch COVID-19 through our water supply, but critical that we have sufficient water, and we have to think of how to dispose of our water. So water and sanitary hygiene is critical, and we are truly grateful for the time you have taken to bring this perspective to our conference. Thank you. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn from the Caribbean Institute of Health Research, CARE. She's going to speak to us this afternoon on warmer, wetter, cooler, drier? Is there a perfect environment for the virus to thrive? Dr. Gordon Strawn is no stranger. She is a researcher at the University of the West Indies. She's a senior lecturer in care, as mentioned before, and she specializes in epidemiology, health policy, health services research, research methods, and biostatistics. She has a PhD in biochemistry at the UWI and an MSc in health policy, planning and financing from the University of London. Dr. Gordon Strawn is or has played a critical role in connecting key stakeholders for the essential National Health Research Committee, which has now developed a national research agenda and is working on a national health research policy as part of Jamaica's Vision 2030 strategy. As an academic, Dr. Strawn has published 65 peer-reviewed journal articles, 41 abstracts from conferences, 13 technical and policy reports presented at 12 academic conferences, and has 6 articles in preparation. So we welcome her and look forward to the perspective she will bring on the perfect environment for the virus to thrive. Thank you so much, Dr. Strawn, and welcome.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Happy World Environment Day. I would like to thank Professor Weber for that lovely introduction. Many times when I'm being introduced, I don't recognize myself. So thank you, Professor Weber. My presentation today is going to be looking at this particular question: warmer, wetter, cooler, or drier? Is there a perfect environment for the COVID-19 virus to thrive? So I will start my presentation by looking at viruses and their host. Now, most viruses like to be in a perfect environment, and I'll give you an example using the case of the dengue virus. So I'll go a little bit about how it's transmitted. We'll speak a little bit about it being picky about the vector, because it is a vector-transmitted disease. It's picky about its host. It's also picky about the environment that it's in. So we're going to talk just a little bit about that. So this is a cross-section of the dengue virus, and if you look carefully at it, you will see on the slide, the cross-section on the left, some things that look like coils, and that's actually its RNA. It's actually quite a pretty virus. And it's a very picky one too. Of all the mosquitoes that it could choose as a vector, and these here, these 6, are just a smattering of mosquitoes found in the Cayman Islands, it has chosen the species Aedes aegypti, which is shown here on the right. Now, just to remind you about how it's transmitted, first, the mosquito, an uninfected mosquito, Aedes aegypti mosquito, takes a bite and sucks the blood up, a blood meal, from an infected person. Once it's bitten this infected person, the virus goes into its salivary glands, and it is now an infectious mosquito. It's also a very promiscuous mosquito in a way, if I can use that word, because it takes a little bite from this person, then a little bite from this other person, and it keeps going like that. And in that way, it spreads the virus. So what about the geographical spread for this virus? Dengue is found in tropical and subtropical region. And as you can see here, if we look above the United States into Canada, and above China into Russia, we'll see that there are usually no cases there. The same for if we look below Argentina, and so this virus has a specific geographical spread. So it's picky about its geographical boundaries. So just to use dengue as that example, I want to summarize by saying most viruses have specific hosts, and they thrive in specific environments. And usually these environments have geographical boundaries. So let's move on then to the virus at hand. What about COVID-19? Is it picky too? We know that it's picky about its hosts. It's new to humans, that's why we call it a novel virus. But it has been found in bats, and it is thought that it jumped from bats to humans, possibly through an intermediary. But we're still working on that. We're still trying to figure out how it actually got to us. It's also very specific about the tissue that it affects. It only affects our lung tissues. As a matter of fact, our lung cells have special receptors that allow the virus to connect to cells in our lung. In terms of geographical borders, you will see that it's found all over the world. Colder places have been shown to have less cases. So let's have a little look at what happens with the virus when we isolate it and do some laboratory studies. In this way, we're able to expose it to different environmental conditions. Now, this study, which was done by some researchers from China, looked at the stability of the COVID-19 virus under wet, dry, and acidic conditions. And they found two main things. When they isolated a strain of the virus and tried to grow it in a medium, they found that the virus can actually survive for 3 days in wet or dry medium at room temperature. They also found that the damage to the structure of the host cell, which is caused by the invasion of the virus, appeared later in the dry medium, thus indicating that the virus is more active in a wet medium than in a dry medium. When they looked at acidity and exposing the virus to an acidic environment, what they found was that higher viral titers demonstrated some resistance to acidic conditions of a pH of 2.2, which you will recall is quite acidic. Some other studies were looking at the stability of the virus in air and also on special surfaces. And this report was done by Dormalen and his colleagues, and this was a letter that they wrote to the New England Journal of Medicine. They found that SARS-CoV-2, which is another name for the COVID-19 virus, remained viable in aerosols or in air droplets throughout the 3-hour duration of the experiment that they were doing. And they found that there was a reduction in the infectious titer as time progressed. When they looked at its stability on different surfaces, they found that it was more stable on plastic and stainless steel than it was on copper and cardboard. They also found that the viable virus was detected up to 72 hours after the virus was applied to these surfaces. So what about the broader environment? What about the weather? Can the weather actually predict the spread of this virus? One study I found, which was also done by researchers in China, looked at the roles of meteorological conditions in COVID-19 transmission on a worldwide scale. So can weather predict the spread of this virus? One study done by researchers in China looked at the roles of meteorological conditions in COVID-19 transmission on a worldwide scale. The way they did this experiment was to look at confirmed case counts and 4 meteorological variables. These variables were air, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and visibility. And these were collected daily between January 20 and March 11, that's for 52 days, for 430 cities and districts. Generally, what they found was that temperature, wind speed, and relative humidity combined together could best predict the epidemic situation. So what about in real life? How does the virus function in real life? So let's first look at the number of confirmed cases reported by the World Health Organization from May 25 to 31. Now, what you will notice about this map of the world is that there is hardly any country here that did not report a case during that period. This shows that the virus is widespread and it's global, and it is, as WHO has already indicated, a pandemic. So let us look at the question at hand, which was warmer, wetter, colder, drier. Is there an ideal environment for this COVID-19 virus? So I'll start by looking at warmer, wetter. And the country I chose was Ecuador. Ecuador is chosen primarily because the equator runs right through it. And because the equator runs right through it, it is equatorial climate. And the first case of COVID-19 that was detected in Ecuador was detected in the province of Guayas. Now, as you can see here, the number of confirmed cases for Guayas is 14,061. Pichincha, which is the next state, has 3,940 cases. Overall, Ecuador has about 33,182 cases. And I think you will agree with me that its humidity is high, it ranges from 60 to 99%, and its temperature is also quite high, ranging from 21 to 31 degrees Celsius. Another example of warmer, wetter, which is more in the Amazon jungle, is the province of Amazonas, which is found in Brazil. Amazonas recorded, as at the 1st of June 2020, 41,378 cases. Again, mirroring a similar type of environment to Ecuador, with a humidity of 83% and a temperature of 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. So basically, hotter and wetter doesn't affect the virus. It's still spreading in hotter, wetter environments. So let's look at hotter, drier. And the example I've chosen here is Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And as you know, this area is primarily a desert area. In Riyadh, as at the 1st of June, Riyadh recorded 20,707 confirmed cases, and all of Saudi Arabia 87,142 cases. The humidity is low at 29%, and the temperature quite high, ranging between 30 and 39 degrees Celsius. So again here, we're not seeing that kind of specificity between the host and the pathogen, or the pathogen and the host, as we look at different types of climate. Because Saudi Arabia is described as desert-like climate. So let's then look at colder, wetter, which for this example I've used Iceland, and also really, really cold, Arctic, cold and dry. For this example I've used Greenland. As you can see, Iceland had about 1,806 cases as at the 1st of June, and Greenland had 13. The humidity in Iceland is about 80%, and Greenland is known for low temperatures and low humidity. So again, even cold, wet, or cold, dry has not limited the spread of this virus. So in summary, the virus has been recorded in all regions of the world. Though there are less cases in cooler countries, there is still potential for spread. And it appears that the climatic environment does not stop the virus from spreading. The map to the right is the World Health Organization COVID-19 dashboard, which was updated on the 1st of June 2020. And again, as you can see, the virus is all over the world. Now, there are some dangers associated with this virus, and the first is that it is estimated that about 80% of the spread is asymptomatic. In other words, 80% of people with the virus are unaware that they have this virus because they display no signs or symptoms of this virus. The other danger is that it can be spread during the incubation period. And the incubation period is a period of time from being exposed to the virus to the point where you actually start to display symptoms of the virus. So, why this is important is that people may be positive, not knowing that they're positive, and be actively infecting other people. Another thing that we need to be aware of is some new research that's been published in Science by an aerosol scientist called Kimberly Prather. And Kimberly has been showing that the virus can be spread through aerosol transmission. Now, one example of this is found in a report by the CDC. It's a practical example. And this report was published on the 12th of May. And it spoke about a church choir which practiced for about 2.5 hours. There were 61 people at this choir practice, and among them was one person who was symptomatic and was the first case. This is called an index patient. Now, among those 61 people, they practiced physical distancing. So they thought they would be safe. However, among them, 32 people were confirmed with the coronavirus. 3 patients were hospitalized and 2 of them died. So this also goes to show the aerosol transmission. It gives an example of the aerosol transmission of this virus, which makes it even more dangerous. So then let's go back to the original question. What's the ideal environment for this virus? If you ask me, I would say that the ideal environment is normal human body temperature, which is 37 degrees Celsius. Because even though the virus can survive for long hours on certain surfaces, it cannot replicate without its host. Basically, wherever 2 or more are gathered and 1 or more is positive, there's a likelihood that this virus will spread. In other words, the ideal environment for the spread of this virus is wherever people are gathered. So I want to close by just reminding you of some of the ways that you can stop the spread of the germs of this COVID-19 virus. To help prevent the spread, stay 6 feet or more apart. Cover your cough or sneeze with a tissue, then throw the tissue away in the trash and wash your hands. Wear a mask when you are in a public space. Do not touch your eyes, your nose, or your mouth. You will recall that I said this virus has special receptors that latch only to our lungs. So it has to find a way to get to our lungs. And the best way to get through our lungs is through our eyes, through our nose, and through our mouth. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces. Stay at home when you're sick, except if you have to seek medical care. And finally, wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Thank you.
We have been treated to a really unique perspective on what this virus needs to thrive, and therefore what we need to do to protect ourselves. We thank you so much, Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strachan, for bringing this to the fore, and we are really grateful for your having taken the time to share with us. Thank you. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome Eleanor Jones to contribute to our mini-conference. Her title is Building Back Better, Inserting Environmental Considerations as we Reopen the Economy. Now, Mrs. Jones, again, is no stranger to the university. She is the founding member of the Environmental Solutions Limited, and her mantra, or one of her quotes that I really like is, "Harmony with land is like harmony with a friend. You cannot cherish his right hand and chop off his left." She has worked at bringing together harmony between development and the environment, and that is really critical at this time. Mrs. Jones is an experienced environmental professional in academia, in applied research, in consulting, in civil society activities, and is a member of several boards, both locally and internationally. Her expertise lie in environmental risk assessment, management systems and strategy, strategic and project-specific environmental and social impact assessments, comprehensive disaster management, project management, and community consultations and participatory training. She has played major roles in agencies and in Caribbean disaster and emergency management to garner significant resources towards capacity building for disaster reduction in countries in the Caribbean. Fun fact, Eleanor Jones has been given the title of Leading Lady of the Environment, a title which has never been achieved by any other environmental member in Jamaica, one which she really deserves. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us this afternoon, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to share with you this afternoon some thoughts on building back better. We have come through a major, well, we haven't come through, we're still going through a major crisis, and we're talking about inserting environmental considerations as we reopen this post-COVID economy. This is a very appropriate time for this session, World Environment Day, in that we have so many issues that are coming together at this time. The theme for World Environment Day this year is Time for Nature. And just to quote from UNEP, the foods we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the climate that makes our planet habitable, all come from nature. These are exceptional times in which nature is sending us a message. And there are many persons, we hear a lot of anecdotal reports that the world has shut down, the planet is healing, everything has come to a halt, and the earth is telling us something. It's telling us to care for ourselves, and we must care for nature. It's time to wake up, it's time to take notice, and it's time to raise our voices. It's time to build back better for the people and the planet. So this World Environment Day, then, the theme is Time for Nature. Interestingly enough, also, on World Environment Day today, there is the launch of what is called Race to Zero from Climate Action through the Marrakesh Partnership. Marrakesh is where COP24 was held a few years ago, or COP23, and the climate action here is looking at launching this Race to Zero, which is zero emissions. They're looking at climate leadership following COVID, and they're framing the new growth agenda for economies, for cities, for businesses, and for civil society. So we will see more about this Race to Zero through the Climate Action Initiative. So our thinking points for this session, I want us to look at what has COVID revealed to us, COVID-19 revelation, the science, and the human behavior. And interestingly enough, so many of the reports that we heard, or we have been hearing through the various media, keep referring to the importance of the science and that we need to pay attention to the science, which is very refreshing for some of us, many of us, because too often we're not really grounded in the science. So we're being awakened to that. I want us to look also at this Race to Sustainable Resilient Society, the 2030 goals. 2015 was a defining year, and before that we had Vision 2030 for Jamaica, which is Jamaica's development plan. And then from 2015 we had the 2030 agenda, with the Sustainable Development Goals, and also the Paris Agreement coming into fruition, having been signed in 2015. I want us to look at the other thinking point, the convergence of crises and vulnerabilities. And finally, the COVID-19 response. So we've looked at the revelation, we're going to look at the revelation, and then we're going to end by looking at the response. We're building back green, building back blue, and building back better. Okay, so what has COVID unearthed for us? It has shown us so many things. It certainly has shown that one of the biggest global challenges is that we cannot tackle these issues in isolation. The health crisis has revealed that social, economic, and environmental challenges are closely intertwined. It has shown us that human activity is disruptive. And again, we hear of anecdotal evidence, persons talking about hearing the birds chirping. A colleague of mine said she lives on Oxford Road and it was always traffic, and for the first time she was hearing birds. We hear about clear skies, clean air, clear water, low levels of noise. And we're getting these reports from all over the world, really, as the planet has so-called, human activity has so-called shut down. So it is telling us that human activity is really very disruptive of many of our natural systems. Humanity is at the center of this COVID-19 revelation. Human behavior is at the center of this COVID-19 pandemic. It has laid bare many of the vulnerabilities that we have, laid bare vulnerabilities with respect to the economy, to the economics, and we hear about the shocking decline in earnings, shocking decline in GDP that is going to face us here in Jamaica and again also in other parts of the world. Shocking decline in employment, some places far worse than we are here in Jamaica, although it has hit us really very, very hard. We have understood the interconnectedness of the sectors. Tourism, we know, is a major sector for us, major income earner, and the extent to which the tourism industry is linked with many other sectors of the economy, I think was perhaps not very clear to many people. The tour operators, the taxi operators, the food and agriculture, the recreational, so many, and of course the hotels themselves with all the workers, so many connections. And we hear the term being used of intersectionality, where things are intersecting. And this is one of the things that the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed. It has shown us also vulnerabilities with respect to our food security, with respect to water security, air quality, and education. Education is really the accessibility of our young people to education, which has a major impact on how we're going to go forward. And it has laid bare some of the vulnerabilities with respect to poor living conditions. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but a sense of what we need to be thinking about that COVID-19 has brought to the fore. And what it is really saying to us is that business as usual cannot continue. We have had a major impact, and we have to begin to look at how we do things differently. It's not going to happen with a magic wand, obviously, but we cannot go back to where we were because there are so many things that we have learned. One of the things that I found very interesting also is that for this COVID pandemic response, we activated the Disaster Risk Management Act. The Disaster Risk Management Act had been promulgated from as far back as 2015, and really not a lot of attention was paid to the activation of the act. But here we had a piece of legislation which enabled us to deal with this major disaster, because we tend to think of disasters as natural, being brought about by natural events, your hurricanes, your floods, the earthquakes. We would never have thought of a pandemic because it is so far removed from us, even though we didn't have the pandemic, but we had the chikungunya epidemic, which was a disastrous situation for many businesses and many people. We had Zika following that, also disaster. So we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is a disaster? And looking at the effect of the pandemic makes us think, is it an event, or is it caused by an event such as COVID? Is it caused by the virus, or is it a governance issue? So when we speak of disasters, governance or the event. What is a disaster? It is defined as an occurrence that disrupts the normal conditions of existence. It causes a level of suffering that exceeds the capacity of the affected community to adjust. You really just are totally disoriented, discombobulated, thrown out. And what it does, what the disaster does, it reflects the way societies structure themselves and the way they allocate their resources. And in many instances, for many of us who are involved with these disciplines, disasters are considered failed development because they occur. Sometimes, of course, the hazards are so overwhelming you can't do very much. But it at the same time tells you something about how societies are structured and how resources are allocated. So we're looking at the disaster, we're looking at the hazard itself. In the case of this one, we're looking at a virus, what has been the nature of the exposure, how vulnerable, and then what is the associated risk. So in 2020, the new decade came and there was just a lot of excitement, a race towards reaching 2030, so much to be done over the decade to get to the transformation that we were expecting. And if we go back, Vision 2030, which Jamaica's development plan, was actually put forward, I can't remember, but 2009, I think, or before that, several years before that, because it's, I think, a 20-year plan. And the vision is Jamaica the place of choice to live, to work, to raise families, and do business. And we hear this being touted all the time. And so we have to ask ourselves, to what extent are we really moving, are we really guiding ourselves towards that objective? Because we want to be a first world. That was the objective, to be first world country by the year 2030. So the people were put at the center of this development plan, this Vision 2030, and number of guiding principles around the fact that people are the center. And really, people are the main reason for development, although sometimes that escapes us. And there are 4 goals, and the 2 that I think are more relevant to what we're talking about today are goals 3 and 4. The 3rd being Jamaica's economy is prosperous, and the 4th, Jamaica has a healthy natural environment, both of which are expected to support the well-being of our people. Then 2015, I mentioned before, we could consider a defining year for the environmental, climate change, and disaster risk reduction agenda. The 2030 agenda was promulgated then, as was the Paris Agreement in 2015, and the 2030 agenda was 2015 to 2030, 15 years, and the same thing with the Paris Agreement. Both of them with the 2030 agenda with the Sustainable Development Goals, which was that agenda was a universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by the year 2030. And then for the Paris Agreement, it was a call for action to limit global warming, and many countries that signed, the several nations that signed, all but one really, they were to develop national plans for climate action. And these plans are referred to as the nationally determined contributions, and they are monitored as we go. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement address precisely the failures that are being exposed, the vulnerabilities which have been exposed and exploited by COVID-19. And therefore, we have to think in terms of what is it that we're not yet doing or what we need to step up the action for. And the UN Secretary General in the UN report of March 2020, just when the epidemic was really ramping up, so to speak, basically said, had we been further advanced in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on climate change, we could better face this challenge. We would have begun to have stronger health systems, fewer people living in extreme poverty, less gender inequality, a healthier natural environment, and more resilient societies. So we're talking about here, with looking at the post-COVID, we're talking about a convergence of crises and vulnerabilities. The health crisis is the one that has faced us and has triggered what is now being referred to as health emergency disaster risk management. And if you think of Jamaica, what we did with respect to activating the Disaster Management Act, it's disaster risk management for health. The climate crisis is one that is more slow moving, and so people have not yet fully embraced the fact that in some ways we are told that this pandemic is laying the foundation, preparing us for the major climate crisis. We're having a lot of effects from the climate, the changing climate, but we are not paying quite as much attention. And at this time, where we are merging the convergence with the climate, we're here at the beginning of the hurricane season, coming together, where we know what we are going to be experiencing. We also are concerned about our environmental vulnerabilities, and it's important for us to think about that, because we tend to, again, not fully understand where these environmental vulnerabilities are. Why? Because we tend not to think of the environmental underpinning as a development issue. And as we're considering putting environmental aspects into the reopening of the economy, we have to think of it as a development issue. We have to think of environmental underpinning as a business issue. We have to think of ecosystem planning and carrying capacity for what we're trying to do. We have to understand that our natural systems, our physical or biological, land, water, etc., the weather and climate, these are significant to our life support. We have to think of our built systems, our urban centers, human settlements, all being life support. We have to think of health issues, and really, these are all very clearly intertwined with the economics, with finance, with strategy and people, not solely an issue of protecting natural resources. So as we consider bringing in the environment, bringing in environmental considerations, we have to think of what is it that we're really talking about when we're talking about our environmental vulnerabilities. COVID-19 response speaks then to us building back green, building back blue, building back better. And recovery must lead to sustainable prosperity. Some persons have probably not heard of that. We usually speak of sustainable development, but sustainable prosperity goes beyond that. What it speaks to is placing financial progress in the bigger picture with environmental stewardship, public health, social well-being, equity, community capacity, vitality, and resilience. So all of these come together if we're talking about prosperity that is going to be sustainable. And going back to our Vision 2030, it was intended, it was stated that it was a roadmap towards Jamaica achieving this sustainable prosperity. As we speak of the Sustainable Development Goals, which should help with leading us to this sustainable prosperity, there are 17 SDGs, all of which are interrelated in many ways. The first looking at improving health, and reducing poverty, the first set. And for us here, looking at the environmental considerations, we want to think of climate action, we want to think of what we describe as life on land, terrestrial systems, life underwater, and terrestrial systems are not just natural, but also the built environment, life underwater, and also responsible production and consumption. So roughly 4 preeminent SDGs that we need to speak of underpinning achievements of the other with respect to moving forward, building back better, building back green, building back blue. So if we look first at the climate action, we are, of course, in a climate crisis. We are very much so, but it's not yet accepted as major life-threatening. It's not as immediate. It is not impacting people directly. In many places it is, but it's not generally accepted the way the pandemic, because the pandemic hit you down with health. People are dying all around. And even though with major extreme events, we're losing thousands of people, somehow we're not making that connection. But in fact, if we do not take our climate action seriously in terms of reducing our emissions, uncontrolled global warming is going to create major problems. It's going to increase the likelihood of more pandemics. It is going to have extreme weather events, which we already talk about all the time. We know we're having more intense hurricanes, longer periods of drought, unpredictable rainfall, we're having flooding, and all of these causing destabilization of our food, economic, and security systems. So what we're saying is that recovery investments, as we attempt to open up the economy, so to speak, they need to align with the Paris Agreement to ensure that recovery plans reduce future risks from climate and destruction of natural systems, destruction of our biodiversity. Climate action needs to focus. We need to focus on sectors which are critical to building back a strong economy. We need to focus on energy transition, on our food systems, because again, agriculture is very tied to weather and climate. We need to manage our waste. We need to look at our buildings and construction as they relate to climatic variables. We need to look at transportation, mobility. What are we doing with that with respect to reducing our emissions? And we want to establish the next generation of sustainable and productive infrastructure. And the sustainable infrastructure, of course, is one that is going to be able to be resilient and to weather these crises and reduce the vulnerabilities to which we referred. Then the second SDG to which we want to turn our attention is life on land. And really we speak about the green economy, ensuring that we insert these terrestrial factors. Biodiversity degradation has been rife over the past several decades. We talk about destroying our ecosystems. We talk about disappearance of species. And what is important for us to recognize here as we talk about the need to protect our biodiversity and to build back where we can, is that diseases are passed from animals to humans. And diseases, zoonoses as they're called, such as COVID-19, will continue to rise as the world continues to see unprecedented destruction of wild habitats by human activity. So as we tear down the forests, as we tear down the natural systems, natural areas, as we degrade these habitats, you are going to be encouraging more direct animal-human interaction. You get into their place of abode, and so you are going to be interacting with them and what they produce. And this is where the transfer of these diseases. And there are studies that are showing that deforestation and loss of wildlife are both associated with increases in infectious diseases globally. So that over the past 50 years, we have lost roughly 60% of our wildlife population. Yet, we've had we have had a 400% increase in the number of infectious diseases. So that immediately tells you that there is a very strong association between that. So we're destroying our natural habitats for tourism investments, many of which are unsustainable because of where they're built and how they're built, especially where here in Jamaica we spend so much time tearing down our coastal habitats and putting up these huge structures in coastal zone. We're damaging the natural flow of coastal processes, and we're also removing mangroves and so on. We're not paying sufficient attention to the sustainability of it. We're focused on building rooms, we're focused on bringing in visitors. How are we doing? And I was having a conversation recently with a colleague and friend who talked about, just since they've been in lockdown mode, so to speak, they have actually been going out into the environmental areas that they'd never explored before. And it is really has been an eye-opener that within each parish there are so many undiscovered, and perhaps some would say that's a good thing, but so many significant areas of value that could add to the tourism product in a meaningful way. But we have talked about it, but we haven't got there, so we're not really looking at sustainable tourism. And when we think of what has happened to the tourism industry and the tourism product, what it has done to our economy, we have to, as they say, wheel and come again. We have to begin to look at what we're going to do with this major sector, bearing in mind, of course, that our tourism will only thrive as our feeder markets thrive, and many of them are still in trouble. But we have to begin to look at offering something different, offering something that will be more sustainable for our place, her home here that we call Jamaica. We're also we have farming practices that are deleterious, and of course we mine. Mining is one of the most destructive to natural habitats. We're putting housing where we should not, in areas that are vulnerable themselves. And what we need to do then is basically develop with the dictates of the natural systems. Plan with the environment rather than against it. There are so many who think, oh, well, if you begin to bring in environment, you're just stopping development. But that's not so at all. You need to plan with and use the environmental assets, reduce the liabilities, and try to maintain the environmental assets that we have, the natural systems, as best as possible. So that we need to be thinking about the way we use our land, how we develop our settlements, what we do in terms of waste management, in terms of drainage, and we need to move towards building sustainable cities, because we have more than 50% of our population now living in urban centers. What are the conditions there? How sustainable are these places? What are the services that are in place to meet the needs of our population, to keep our people healthy? So that's land. So we're talking now, there's a lot of talk now about the blue economy, our marine resources, because as many of you perhaps already know, we have more in terms of our ocean territory than land territory. And the truth is our ocean resources are also under stress. We're degrading the natural marine life, we're degrading our coastal waters, our freshwater ecosystems also would be a part of the blue economies, or rivers, or springs, or wells, and the biodiversity. And then we're suffering globally, again, climate, ocean warming, acidification, pollution. And there's a lot of talk about the amount of plastics that is in the ocean, and that by 2050 we're going to have more plastic than fish. And that's really a very serious thing. So here in Jamaica, we have started to look at how we might reduce the amount of plastic that's going into the ocean. But really we need to go beyond the plastic and really look at our management of waste as a whole, because a lot of the waste ends up, by virtue of the fact that we are an island nation and we have so much that ends up on the coast, a lot of that ends up from what we're doing on land. So there is, again, an inextricable link between the blue and the green, and we have to pull them all together. Also, these resources provide medicine, coastal protection, and fish, sustainability of our fish stocks. Recently, we destroyed the conch industry because of overfishing. Now, there's nothing sustainable about that. Was it being monitored? Was it a case of persons, again, business not paying attention to the environmental sustainability of this asset, which was providing so much income, so much wealth? And so we've had to shut that down. And we are also part of a global organization that pays attention to what we're doing in terms of trading in endangered species. And now, and with Queen Conch especially, we are in a bit of trouble with that. So there is a lot that we are exposing ourselves to. This devastating pandemic devastated the economy. Aside from the fact that we have had illness, the whole economy is really what we need to look at, and we need to, going forward, ensure that we begin to look at responsible production and consumption, which is another one of the SDGs. We need to look at how we run our business in terms of business management, what we do for transportation, how we manage our waste, how we build. So what we produce, how much we consume, and now there's a lot of talk about the circular economy as well, where we're recycling. We talk again a lot about recycling, but repurpose, reuse is something that is usually just sort of trotted out as, oh, we need to be doing that. So we're making a little progress, but not enough. And we need to now begin to look at how we use our eco-efficiency, how efficient we are with the resources that we have, and making the best use of it, how we manage our energy, how we manage our water, and so on. So in terms of economic recovery, we need to be thinking again about sustainable business. We need to be looking at air quality, indoor and ambient, and I think you have had a presentation on some of those factors. We have to look at our water quality and quantity. Potable water, coastal water, or aquifers. We have a lot of groundwater, but we also pollute by the way in which we manage waste. So these are integrated activities that must be brought into. We must look at our land, how we manage the land, the watersheds, because they produce for us sustainable water. They are places, habitats. They protect our soils for agriculture and so on. And then our human settlements, what do we have? Sanitation, a major issue. This again has come to the fore with COVID, has brought that to us. As someone said in the early days, long years ago when there were children, sanitation and public health was a major thing. So they've brought back health science, they've brought back hygiene into the society. And it's not unrelated to the tremendous numbers of people that we have living in poor conditions where sanitation is not something that was thought about because it just wasn't possible. So that as we build our cities, and one of the major things that we must do in terms of incorporating environmental conditions is paying attention to our settlements, our urban centers. How are people living? How are they managing with respect to their air quality? How are they managing with respect to sanitation? And this is true for both urban and rural areas. And then, of course, energy resilience is another. So, as we begin to wind up, we have to understand what we're saying. Nature is in crisis. Humanity is in crisis. And this pandemic is reminding us that the important things that we require in life require investment. We have to invest in people. We have to invest in their physical and mental well-being because, again, this pandemic has brought a number of things to the fore as the people have had to do without work, they have had to stay in. It has created a lot of mental stress. We have to protect the environment and we have to combat inequalities as best as possible. Try to build more of an inclusive. Nature is threatened, as we have said, by biodiversity and habitat loss, by global heating, by global warming, by pollution, and failure to act is failing humanity. It cannot be business as usual. Addressing the current pandemic and protecting ourselves against future global threats requires that we manage our waste, chemical, hazardous, medical, and that we pay very careful attention, have strong stewardship of nature, the natural protection and the biodiversity, and have a clear commitment to building back better, creating green jobs, facilitating the transition to carbon neutral economies, because humanity depends on action now if we want to have a resilient and sustainable future. So what we need to do, we need to take science seriously. We need to take tough and considered decisions, and this is not just for the government in terms of public policy. It extends to the private sector, it extends to civil society, it extends to us all as individuals. Take the science seriously, take tough decisions, use a problem-solving approach to what we're dealing with, and be transformative in our actions. And we're using these terms now, imagine and reimagine. So we're looking out to the future and redesigning, so to speak. We're building green. We need to protect the blue, and really we need a sea change. It's not an incremental change. We need a sea change. We really need a major transformational approach to widen ourselves as we apply to the management of COVID-19, because really when you think of how we managed it, we did extremely well. We use a disaster risk reduction approach, and we need this disaster risk reduction approach to be applied to managing the climate crisis, building resilient, building the low carbon, doing energy resilience, and also managing all of our environmental assets, so that we could expand this health emergency disaster risk management approach to an environment sustainable development, sustainable prosperity, emergency disaster risk management. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions and comments. And just to say, quoting from J.K. Rowling, who said, "We do not need a magic wand to change the world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. So we have the power to imagine better." Thank you very much.
Building back better is critical. We cannot make the same mistakes, and we have to be able to respond to the issues. This virus has taught us a lot, and we are tremendously grateful for the perspectives that have been brought. We know that it is difficult to look for any positives, but the positives we have heard today as to how we can manage in this difficult time. So making things greener, making things more resilient, and making sure we have learned from this experience. We thank you, Mrs. Eleanor Jones, and we are very grateful for your having spent the time and given us your perspective. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Norbert Campbell, and his topic is OSH considerations during the COVID-19. Norbert has been a lecturer at the University of the West Indies for over 10 years in the areas of occupational and environmental safety and health, OSH. He served for over 10 years at the policy level in the Ministry of Health Jamaica as OSH specialist in the Environmental Health Unit. He has a PhD in nothing else, OSH, and a Master of Public Health, MPH, from the UWI. He also holds a graduate certificate in industrial hygiene from the Gage OSH Institute, University of Toronto, a BSc degree from UTech, and a certificate in solid waste management and night soil treatment from the Japan Environmental Sanitation Center, JESC. He is, of course, a public health inspector and an industrial hygienist with over 30 years' experience practicing in Jamaica. His contribution to the development of OSH in Jamaica includes being a member of the team that developed the suite of OSH programs at the UWI, the PhD, the MSc, and the BSc, and became its founding coordinator and lecturer. He's also a founding member and current president of the Jamaica Occupational Health and Safety Professionals Association. We consider his expertise to be invaluable as we add to the suite of presentations in our conference. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Professor Weber, and I want to thank all those concerned for the opportunity to share in this important mini-conference. And as my topic, looking at occupational safety and health considerations in COVID-19. I think it's important that we look at the status of occupational safety and health before COVID-19. And there are some important bits of information I want to share with you here, where the International Labour Organization estimated that we have about 2.3 million deaths per year due to occupational injuries and diseases worldwide. And if we consider that injuries particularly are preventable, then you can realize the cost there that could be saved. There's severe under- and non-reporting in many developing countries. It's also estimated by the ILO that about 4% of global gross domestic product is consumed by occupational injuries and diseases. And that's significant. We're talking over $3 trillion US in costs. And the Pan American Health Organization estimates that up to 20% of some developing countries' gross national product can be so consumed. WHO reports that between 1970 and now, over 1,500 new pathogens have been discovered, of which about 70 are zoonotic. And we find that that's where the problems tend to be coming from. And when we look at the burden globally in terms of women in unpaid care work, 76%, over 3 to 1 for males. The Director General of the International Labour Organization, looking at the present pandemic, has described as no longer only a global health issue, it's also a major labor market and economic crisis that is having a huge impact on people, and everyone knows that. If we look at some of the COVID-associated occupational relationships, it goes without saying that COVID is a biological hazard. We accept that, but I want to speak more to the related hazards to COVID experience. Ergonomic problems have become an increasing one for healthcare workers, those persons who have to lift patients in very awkward positions, so that there are major hazards there. And with shortage of staff due to exposure and illness among those persons, it compounds the problem. When you think of the psychosocial issues related to COVID experience, we talk about stigma. Some persons are being abused simply because they have contracted the disease. Persons are in isolation, lockdown. Those are working at home. And so you find that there are many, many issues. And when we talk about female workers, who are the ones who bear the burden, as I mentioned, because they are now at home being caregivers, and they are doing work, taking care of family, and all of that. Chemicals more and more chemicals are being, workers are being exposed to chemicals now in terms of non-traditional work situations. For example, the cleaning, the mixing of these disinfectants by auxiliary staff, and also workers in offices are more exposed because of the frequency with which cleaning is indicated. Physical issues, talk about heat stress due to the personal protective equipment that we wear, protective gears, the suit, and also ventilation control issues where in some cases you have air conditioning, you have to turn it off, particularly split units, for natural ventilation. There are even some challenges in establishing the work-relatedness in COVID cases, because where does one contract the disease? An occupational disease is work-related. And in many cases, the employer, you cannot identify that this was at the workplace. So even the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in the United States, they only focus on frontline workers in hospitals and those cases. It is important in terms of occupational safety and health system, management systems. I beg to submit that the companies that practice, have these systems in place are the ones who have been doing best with the COVID experience. Now, I particularly raise this issue because the International Labour Organization has occupational safety and health management system guidelines, and it is free. Any company, any enterprise can access the information and implement it. It is non-mandatory. So you are not bound in a country by having ratified any convention in that regard. Some of the key components, policy, and here in terms of policy, it speaks to the commitment of management to the process. In any organization, the extent of management commitment to occupational safety and health is what will tell you how important OSH is in that enterprise, in that organization. And so when you set up this committee for the OSH management system, you organize it, having good representation, management, supervisors, workers, an experienced person. You can also bring in technical people as in need arise, whether from private sector or from government agencies, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, and related agencies to guide the process. You identify with the expertise, the hazards that you have, and you conduct risk assessment. The more comprehensive the risk assessment that is done, the more effective your plan will be. Then after having established the plan, setting up the goals, what it is that you seek to achieve, then you will implement your plan. Having evaluation mechanisms, and when you conduct your evaluations, then you will look at those results and take actions for improvement. And you'll also have out of it, the very important issue here is that you'll have continuous improvement. As you find that these systems are working well, where you have failed, you recalibrate and go forward. And this is where your emergency preparedness activities will fit. So an organization that has such a plan will include by the requirements of ILO that the emergency plans will be a part of this. I think ensuring OSH at the work during the COVID-19, whatever happens is very dependent on the pre-COVID OSH culture within the organization. If they were doing well, they'll do better with COVID. And if they weren't doing well, then they're going to have greater challenges. It is very difficult to have workers implementing procedures in an emergency. That's not the best time. You want it to be the culture over a long time. So if you have a comprehensive emergency preparedness plan created to address health issues, such as epidemics, even into pandemics, a plan will be robust enough for that adaptation. If you have a business continuity plan, the more comprehensive the plan, the better it is. And it is important to inform that plan with information from credible sources and from external bodies involved, like your Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, Fire Brigade, as the case may be. And the more you involve those persons or organizations, the more effective your plan can be. And so that in an emergency, you can make quick and effective response. It is abundantly clear from experience that the extent to which these plans are successful is to the extent to which workers are involved. You want to engage the workers from the start, and so that they own this process, they are part of it. You want to have continuous monitoring of your OSH conditions with appropriate risk assessment. Not only for this COVID-19 situation, but any issue in occupational safety and health. Risk assessment forms one of the most important components. You need to assess each job task. What are the attendant hazards? And I beg to submit that if it is not done in the routine operation, it only gets worse with COVID. And it begs the question also that I am of the view that because of the focus on COVID in the workplace, there are many accidents that could occur by virtue of persons not failing to adhere to the traditional and conventional methods. Having said that, there are some companies with plans in place that back to work arrangements, they will never go back to work, although it is urgent that we get production up, that they'll not start to produce until they have had their safety and health induction. And they cannot start until that is done. And so, as I'm saying that, although we do not have an occupational safety and health legislation in Jamaica, there are many companies that are practicing good methods to their own advantage. And if we look at the assessment of risk, you have two issues clearly: the probability of being exposed to the contagion and the severity of the resulting health outcomes. So when we look at the probability aspect, characteristics of the infectious agent, transmission patterns, and so on, and we know that this COVID is a very subtle agent that we are dealing with. But and as you get information, you modify, you adjust. If you notice, once WHO spoke about 3 feet separation, now we're at 6 feet as we learn. And as we go forward, your plan must be robust enough to respond. Probability of workers making encounters with infectious persons or contaminated environments or material in the course of their work. Because if it's not in the course of the work, it will be environmental and not occupational. And as I mentioned before, consult workers. Workers are the best persons able to tell you what are the areas of exposure. And so we need to consult them, have them in the process. And severity of the result in health outcomes, we look at the individual, the host level. What are the characteristics? If we find that more elderly persons are adversely affected by COVID, then we will remove elderly persons from those locations where they are adversely exposed. Putting younger persons, notwithstanding, will provide protective gears for whoever is there, but vulnerability would be reduced there. And measures available to control the impact of the infection. If, for example, someone becomes ill or at work, you recognize that they show signs and symptoms, mechanism to isolate them until they can be taken to a facility or taken home or to a medical facility. There are issues of stigma that we have to be mindful of how we manage the process so that workers do not feel stigmatized and because they need to come back to work. The ILO has provided some guidance in terms of preventing COVID transmission in the workplace. And I've summarized a few of those. Very exhaustive list that is there, which is very instructive. Risk assessment, as I said, is the critical one to determine what is the scope of exposure, what's the nature of the hazard, what are the locations, how many persons. Physical distancing, as we know, is a very important issue. And as we say that if you are not exposed, you can't contract. So that you will look at how you can organize work to keep persons physically distanced in terms of if they have to come into the work, then where clients, customers will be in relation to staff position, relation to each other, to maintain the distance, the 6 feet that we are promoting. Workers will be encouraged to work from home as much as possible. And if they have to come in, then you want them to adhere to those provisions. Hygiene is critical, both at the personal level and for sanitation. You want to have cleaning agents, and you clean as frequently as possible. There are some areas that are high trafficked areas. Those are the ones that you're going to focus on maintaining cleanliness there, sanitation, disinfection all the time. One important issue about disinfection, though, is that workers your auxiliary staff who do the cleaning, they are going to be exposed to far greater concentrations of chemicals by virtue of the frequency with which they now mix and the frequency with which they now clean. And so we need to be mindful of that. Training and communication is key. Training at all levels, for management, for supervisors, for the workers, for anybody who interfaces with your business. These are the rules, and they are communicated, and everybody knows them. And so protective gears, an assessment as to who require protective gears, and that they are provided and they're available, appropriate type, and I'll say a little bit more about protective gears later on. And to have capacity for the response. If, for example, someone comes to work with ideally workers should not come to work with symptoms. Once they have symptoms, they have been educated to stay at home. But if workers turn up with symptoms, mechanism to deal with that, and also to, as I mentioned before, for their own isolation and until they can go to a healthcare facility. There are some workers that you have to pay special attention to, and these are your high-risk persons susceptible for COVID transmission. Emergency responders are among those. Your healthcare workers, laboratory workers, death care workers, your funeral home workers, and so on. These are persons who you want to pay special attention to. Emergency transport workers, those persons who drive the ambulances and so on, are in front line. As I mentioned before, cleaners and waste management workers in healthcare facilities and emergency facilities are also in your high risk, and we need to pay special attention to them. Then essential services, those persons who are in essential services, and workers in high density workplaces, call centers and factories, that production lines where people work very close together, are those who would be very high risk. It is important in occupational safety and health that we look at hazards in respect of a hierarchy of control, how they approach to control them. And you'll notice that when we talk about COVID-19 protection, we tend to focus primarily, I hear a lot of talk about mask and respirator. But the truth is, if you look at that diagram, PPE is at the bottom, it's inverted pyramid. At the top, we talk about elimination. That's how we deal with hazards. If you can eliminate the hazard, you are at your best. And in terms of COVID-19, social isolation, you stay as far as possible. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. If you don't have to go to work and you can work from home, work from home. If you can keep workers working from home, so fine. Because if you are not exposed, you will not be able to contract that disease. Elimination. If you have to work and you come to work, we look at the spaces and to adhere to the guidance provided in respect of utilization of space. Substitution, well, that is not relevant in this case. Can't substitute COVID for anything else, right? We just have to deal with it. Engineering controls would be your third option. And here we look at issues of presenting physical barriers to prevent contact between the contaminant, here the biological agent, and the susceptible person. We look at ventilation, where we use fresh air, moving fresh air into areas of high possibility of concentration of the organism to dilute and remove that air. So your isolation room, emergency room, you want to ensure that adequate amount of fresh air is supplied to those spaces. And so it is important that those places be constructed properly. Because when these workers enter these areas of isolation room and so on, they want to have the assurance that although the job is inherently risky, but the mechanisms to protect me are in place. And so the question is, how many of those facilities are being assessed in terms of the respective pressures that should be in there? For example, your isolation room should be negatively pressured. And so somebody need to measure that and that tell the workers, yes, it is meeting the standards. 12 air changes per hour minimum is a recommendation. We need to measure that and tell the workers, yes, we are meeting that, and they can go in that difficult environment with assurance. Administrative controls are those behavior issues that you would put in, work from home and stagger the schedule, that workers do not concentrate at the workplace. So if you can, those type of things, and your hand hygiene. And then it takes me to the last one, which is personal protective equipment, although we tend intuitively to talk about it as the first one. So I want to make a few comments in respect of respiratory personal protective equipment. One of the very important issues is the issue of appropriateness and adequacy of the gear for the airborne hazard. So we are okay in terms of N95 for COVID-19. A lot of talk about the surgical mask, and I prefer to refer to the surgical and the homemade as mask and the N95 as respirator. And I do that deliberately because I find there's a lot of confusion about that. Because the N95 is what we call a personal protective equipment. It protects the wearer. Surgical mask is really not a personal protective device. It provides some level of protection, I must submit, but it's not classified as your personal protective device. The surgeon usually wears that not to protect himself against the patient, but to prevent any contamination for the patient. So we need to understand that. And the use of other types of respirators. We focus on N95 because that's the gear, the protective gear that is relevant to that type of exposure. But there are other protective gears. For example, in the same N series, you have N99 and N100. And these are even more protective than N95. But because the fact that your biological agents are within the size range that the N95, because what the N95 means is that it is 95% efficient in precluding particles 0.3 microns and above. And so it is good for your bioagents. But you could have other types of respirators. Having said that, though, I have seen persons using other types of respirators, and there are even some that they are using that are for vapors, organic vapors and gases. The mechanism of air purification is totally different. So it will not help you for COVID. It's more expensive, so persons are spending more money and they are not being protected at all. I've seen persons buying N95, and if you see my diagram at the top there, N95, it has two straps. They anchor one and they leave the other flying, and it's more expensive. So they have spent, I went into a pharmacy, they were selling for $700, and the person, bought it, put on one strap, and you go on. And so any tight-fitting gear is only as effective as how well it fits, respiratory gear. So it's also important that training of respirator wearers be done. You must know what are the hazards that this gear is intended to protect you against. How you put it on, we call that donning. How you take it off, doffing. Because even if you put it on properly and take it off badly, you can expose yourself. Even with the COVID there, you mustn't touch it in terms of the external part. So these, and the important issue about program administration, when persons have been trained, you need to write it down, record it, and that it is part of the management system that I spoke about earlier on. Fit testing. Now, you are only supposed to fit test persons who have been trained. Persons need to be trained first, and then you fit test them. Interestingly enough, you should, for example, in the United States, the law requires a fit test at least once per year. There are many workers in our healthcare settings that they were never fit tested. There's a box with some mask, N95 respirator, and you take one, and we take one until it's finished. And the truth is that when you look at respirator sizing, they really come in three sizes: small, medium, large. And different persons have different facial configuration, and what you need in a tight-fitting device is proper fit. And so I am so happy that I know this fit testing is happening now. And I use this opportunity to say to all such workers that after COVID, because it will pass, you demand that the process is continued. And the other thing I raise, when you think of work persons that are being fit tested and start to wear a respirator in a pandemic, it's better than not doing it. But that's not the right time. Because when you put on a respirator first, it's awkward. You have this, and people touch it frequently. And in that environment, no touch, you shouldn't touch. But intuitively, we do that. So you want to have it fit tested early and people being accustomed to doing it, and that's the way we do things. There have been also discussion about strategies for optimizing the supply of N95 respirators. Now, the truth is, N95 respirators are single-use devices, one time and discard. But because of the global shortage, there have been suggestions and even recommendations to reuse, now, or extended use. When you think that these were single-use, because normally resistance to breathing is how we know when those respirators are not, you need to change it. But for N95, you usually wear it one time. So you never have that issue. But now there is disinfection of respirator, sterilization, even continued use. I remember watching the news, international news, and one doctor said that I have this N95 on for 5 days now. And so you know that there's serious exposure, potentially. And as I said, respirator devices must be worn properly for them to be effective. I've seen a number of persons wearing even the homemade mask, but they leave out the nose. It's not only over the mouth. I see some not covering mouth or nose. That's a waste of time that we need to do the proper thing. I want to mention a little bit about teleworking and some related challenges. Now, Eurofund and the ILO have done study, and we are 41% of workers who work from home consider themselves highly stressed compared to 25% who actually work on site. And working at home due to COVID can result in feeling isolated, long working hours. Some persons that are working harder now with COVID than when I used to go to work. Increased family demands and the blurring of the lines between work and family life. And that's very, very critical, where because persons are at home, they work longer hours and having to share between domestic work and the work of the organization. Now, you have increased potential for ergonomic hazards and accidents in such a setting. Home now usually come under the regime at the office in terms of workstation design and so on. So the chairs are not necessarily ergonomically designed and that kind of thing. Yet persons are spending longer hours in these chairs, over 12 hours. I realize that since COVID in Chile, they have passed a law regarding telework where they are stipulating that it should not be longer than 12 hours and that the worker make a determination with the employer which 12 hours is work time, and so you are not supposed to be called in that time or sent any work. So those type of approaches that we will have to look at. I want to make the point also that in liability insurance coverage that some organizations carry, I don't think it covers the work in the home. And so that's something that we have to look at going forward. Stress related to COVID is a big issue. And I mentioned earlier on about discrimination, stigma, and all of that. We have to also look at this issue of isolation and working in that space. And so that mental health is an important issue that needs to be looked at. And so a good balance between work life and family life is important. You hear many persons complain that, the partner in a relationship, yes, he's there or she's there, but she don't talk to me, still at work. And you put in 12, 14 hours, that cannot continue. And in closing, I just want to suggest that COVID-19 represents a global health crisis as well as a major labor and economic crisis. The world of work might not be the same going forward. Workplaces that had harsh management systems and our comprehensive emergency plans, we believe that those organizations have been able to respond best to the emergency. I am suggesting that COVID represents an opportunity nonetheless for us to look seriously at occupational safety and health. There's not enough awareness in Jamaica of occupational safety and health. I have slanted this discussion along the lines of the ILO because many of the documents produced by the ILO, they are free. You can get them and use them as guidance even in the absence of the legislation. And I really won't sit before or move from the podium before I raise another issue about this occupational safety and health bill. We have had this bill in gestation for 25 years, and it managed to have gotten to Parliament in 2017. The late Chaini Robinson, we thank her for that. And I've heard a report from the legislative committee that they are midway the legislation. And so one wonders when we will have this legislation to work with. It is the basis for changing the game in occupational safety and health in Jamaica. And ladies and gentlemen, we all, as workers and employers, and legislators too, need to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. A tremendous perspective of occupational safety and health and how that relates to the COVID issues. We have had invaluable information and connectivity between our practices, our management in our workplaces, and comes along a pandemic, how we can handle that even more effectively. We thank you for this, and we wish you all the best. Thank you. The Faculty of Science and Technology's mini-conference on World Environment Day, or in celebration really of World Environment Day, has been tremendous. COVID and the environment, for better or worse, has brought to the fore a plethora of ideas and perspectives. I have learned so much. The business of the environmental benefits, whether they are real and sustainable, brought to us by Prof. Leonard Nurse. The cleaner air and cleaner waters, they have been observed globally. Even in Jamaica, I've been told Kingston Harbour waters are looking cleaner. But what does it mean, and is it real? It gives us hope. And so his talk and his perspective have helped us to see how we can really build back better, how we can go forward better. The ideal conditions that this virus requires, the epidemiological aspects of it, brought to us by Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn, tremendous for us to learn how to protect ourselves from this and other pandemics. The COVID and climate change, the perfect confluence of disasters with pandemic, and how we have to think in terms of having not tunnel vision, as you would put it, but think flexibly in terms of handling different disasters, different challenges at the same time. Can we prepare for the double whammy? Very similar perspective, but looking at how hurricanes in an active COVID-19 season would need to be handled. I have never thought of how shelters would have to be made COVID-19 resilient, and this was tremendous from Dr. Barbara Carby. Water. We're afraid of our water resources. We're in a long drought, and we need water for washing. It is comforting to know that there are persons thinking about how we can manage our water resources and come out of this with some water, how we can handle wastewater so we don't contaminate the water for the future and contaminate the environment. And in all of this, how we build back, how we insert environmental considerations as we open the economy. The thread has been very common, very consistent, what we have learned and what we need to do in this era. The OSH considerations. Dr. Norbert Campbell, lecturer in community health, was tremendous in his presentation, and we have learned quite a lot about what faces the worker, and also the fact that if you have a well-managed system, you can handle the crisis a lot better. What I'm learning is we can't wait for a crisis to suddenly develop even simple practices like wearing a mask. We need to think about these things and learn how to protect ourselves so that during the crisis, it doesn't become a crisis to adapt. Keeping the environmental message alive. Many of us as researchers and scientists, we are not very effective communicators, especially communicating to the general public and communicating to the communities, and we really rely on our partners in the media, and that perspective is invaluable. So I really thank you all for listening, for watching. I thank you for the questions that you have posed, and it is really important for us as we learn from this one as a nation, as the world, how to make ourselves resilient, how to make our environment resilient, and how to make sure we're better prepared, because there are many more pandemics out there, unfortunately, with the potential to come as COVID-19 did. So let us communicate effectively and let us work together. And thank you for sharing this conference with us.
Imagine the world without a Caribbean. Imagine a future with pinnacled remnants of these islands, like sculptures floating on a sea of debris. In the second decade of the 21st century, the Caribbean is once more in a fight for its continued existence, having battled forces of imperialism for centuries. The region must now confront the devastating impacts of global warming and climate change. Viewed largely as a region of high middle-income countries, the Caribbean has limited access to external funding. Pockets of poverty persist and are as deep as income disparities are wide. Hurricanes, natural disasters, and climatic events make no distinction between richer and poorer countries. While visitors to our islands may see sargassum as an inconvenience, for those who live and work here, the degraded coastlines and ecosystems are crippling livelihoods. For us, the effects of climate change are not a seasonal problem, but a matter of survival. The University of the West Indies, a post-colonial light rising from the West for over 7 decades, has produced outstanding political and professional leaders and has guided the region along its pathway to development. With a global record of path-breaking scientific research, we stand at the forefront of the science on environmental resource management, climate modeling, natural disasters, land and marine ecosystems. We are ranked by Times Higher Education in the top 4% of over 28,000 universities in the world, serving 50,000 students across 17 Caribbean countries with global centers on 5 continents. We affirm our vision of a prosperous and sustainable planet through our teaching, research, advocacy, and partnerships. Recognized for our climate-related initiatives across our faculties and research institutes, and our SUNY UWI Center for Leadership and Sustainable Development, the UWI was selected by the International Association of Universities to lead a global university consortium on SDG 13. Our our Global Institute for Climate Smart and Resilient Development, will combine climate science, mentorship and action, deepening our collaboration with diverse partners, connecting sustainable projects to funding, and to the expertise of researchers and innovators. As a public, comprehensive institution, the UWI has never been daunted by limited means, nor by our vast responsibility to the region. Our allegiance is to continue as a developmental force to nurture the human and social capital, upon which the future of Caribbean society rests. Our young people are environmentally conscious and boldly persistent in holding decision makers accountable. Together, we can make the Caribbean the first climate-smart zone and an exemplar for other small island developing states. For us, tackling climate change is not only a priority, it is a matter of our survival.